Gold Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Trump, he just buried MAGA, y'all. He's Israel first. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. This is very embarrassing for Trump. He's the Jeffrey Epstein files have him going, losing his mind, kissing Israel ass so much. Let's get into the content.
Is Trump's base collapsing under support for Israel? Many are saying that Israel's war with Hamas is losing the far right or the right or the conservative base or Trump's base, however you want to put it. But the New York Post says, no. The right is unified in its support for Israel. Well, if you go by Republican politicians, you might think so. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is on summer break, and he spent it with his constituents. Oh, no, not in Louisiana, his constituents in Israel, who he actually answers to. Speaker Johnson led a delegation of House members on a visit to Israel this weekend, along with other politicians, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Remember, this whole talk about governors should not leave their state and go abroad?
Right.
She's doing that. She's the governor of Arkansas. What do the people of Arkansas have to gain from her going to represent them in Israel, I wonder? Listen to what Speaker Mike Johnson said about unequivocal support for Israel.
Mike Johnson, the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives in America. We're here with a delegation of members of the House. We're so grateful to be in Israel, particularly on this day, recognizing the destruction of the two temples and two times in history. But it is such a moving time for us to be here at the Wailing Wall. We've offered our prayers. We put our notes into the wall as just traditional. And we're so moved by the hospitality of the people and the great love of Israel. Our prayer is that America will always stand with Israel, and that we will we pray for the preservation and the peace of Jerusalem. That's what Scripture.
Yeah. All right. He goes on to say that Scripture mandates this. And many have said, oh, the Bible says support for this one government only. That's interesting. This is rooted in Christian Zionism. And I would like to speak to religious representatives more about this. But it's basically a theological belief that Jews must return to the land of Israel to fulfill biblical prophecy. And according to this interpretation, their presence then sets the stage for Armageddon, after which Jesus returns and establishes his kingdom. But in this view, modern Israel is not just a nation.
They want Armageddon. They want the end of the world. They definitely want depopulation.
It's a countdown, a prophetic countdown. But after this battle, the Jews no longer exist because anyone who's saved must be Christians. So Christian Zionists support Israel for the Jews, but only temporarily. Now, you might wonder, why would Jews want an alliance like this when the end goal is for them to no longer be Jewish? Well, some say, well, it's because Israel just needs every friend it can get. Others say, well, the Jews don't believe it. So what does it matter? Let them believe that, right? It's a strange bargain, faith-based support with an expiration date. But here's the twist. Younger Christians do not buy this. We see that collapse for Israel among the evangelical right has an age range. And so young evangelicals are not having this. And in fact, support for Israel has collapsed. Studies show it dropped from 75% in 2018 to just 34% in 2021. They're rejecting Armageddon politics. They're questioning why their faith has a foreign policy agenda. And what is that agenda? Well, now Israel has at least fully admitted that it's full occupation of Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel will fully occupy Gaza because the die is cast. What does that mean? It's chilling language. Is it because Israel's facing international condemnation? And it's like, well, this is what we're going to do now because, we're going to just finish this while the world is still letting us. They can say they condemn it all they want, but let's just finish it.
Let's be honest, most coffee gives you a quick hit that leaves you feeling jittery, foggy, reaching for another cup before lunch. But what if your coffee actually did something for your health?
this. Now, a full ground invasion, even where Israeli hostages are held, and calls for open military leadership, this is what's happening. Not only that, it is happening with the full blessing of the Trump administration. Israeli media is reporting that Trump gave Netanyahu the green light, even though I thought we were going to own Gaza. Maybe he meant we, as in Israel, will own Gaza. And they're calling this the Trump plan. In fact, in Israel, they're saying Trump's letting us do it. So they don't even have. So, I mean, does that give them license? Like, hey, he said we could. We're going to go ahead. Dad said yes. Now, U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is saying the U.S. will take over aid to Gaza. But for who? Who will be left if Israel is in full occupation? Is that what the MAGA base wants? This full ethnic cleansing? Is this what they're on about? Well, we're being told that there is consent, but maybe that is propaganda, misleading propaganda.
So what do you think? I mean, is this authentic here? I mean, we have these numbers and the favorable opinion right now of Netanyahu approve Israel's military action in Gaza. So we have these numbers, I think, here, if we can put them up on the screen.
Recent Gallup poll showed favorable of Netanyahu. This is how many people said they approve of Netanyahu, they approve of Israel's military action in Gaza, or they approve of Israel's military action in Iran. Almost none of them have a 50% approval rating, almost none of them. But the ones that do are people 55 and older. So the age range between 18 and 35, if we don't have that graphic, 6%. 6% of young people have a favorable opinion of Netanyahu. 9%, this is 18 to 34, approve of the military action in Gaza, and 15% approve of the military action in Iran. So these are astounding numbers that it really is Republican boomers that support this. And so the New York Post saying, oh, no, everyone supports Israel, feels to me very disingenuous, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, someone in the chat, someone's just saying in the chat, 84 is like, this is total BS. I'm unsubscribing from Redacted. Why? Because facts are sort of hitting you in the ass on this. And young people, the support among young people for this has absolutely collapsed. So you
don't want to hear that?
Like, is that inconvenient for you? Maybe you love the killing of innocent people. Like you're like, I love the killing of innocent children in Gaza and parents. So I'm out of this. I'm out of this stream. I can't handle that honesty. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you can unsubscribe. It's much better than taking a substantive, retort. I mean, we welcome that. If you have something to say that we've said wrong, you should say so. Unsubscribing, though, is certainly an easy way to escape what you don't like to hear. So do that. Sure.
What the heck is going on with this? The country is, to me, this is the most single consequential thing. It's not just the Epstein files, it's the grip that Israel has on our nation. And we are not a sovereign nation. We cannot be a sovereign nation if another nation is able to control us to the level that it appears that they're able to control us. And part of that is Epstein files, it seems. I mean, what is your take on the Epstein files and why they're not being released?
Well, first, Kim, on the timing aspect, I concede that it looks very much like the timing was coincidental with this Epstein stupidity. We have to list, do we have to list? No, the list there, whatever was a list. So the timing may have been occasioned by that. But I think this is a very, very minor technical sort of thing. This happens all the time. Those documents had already been sanitized. They had been prepared for publication. They were ready to go. The fact that Tulsi issued them during the Epstein thing, I think is mostly happenstance. Maybe it's a coincidence, but it doesn't. It's a difference without it's not of much significance. Now, with respect to Epstein, I talked with people who know a whole lot about Netanyahu. Phil Giraldi is one of them. He's in our group, Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, and others. And I said, Phil, I suspect that when you try to figure out why the President of the United States can tolerate, arm, and enable genocide and forced starvation, there has to be some sort of reason. And I'm afraid that Netanyahu has Trump over the barrel because he's got blackmail material having to do with the Epstein files that Trump may have been really, really prominently displayed in there, abusing underage girls, for God's sake. I mean, it's heinous enough to be enabling genocide, but if this is part of that's heinousness squared, in my view. Okay, so I checked with these people, and they said, yeah, right. I think it's at least half, maybe most of the. Maybe that explains why Trump can't kind of get away from his close connection with Netanyahu. So I said that a couple of times on the Judge Napolitano's show, and then just last night I saw an interview by Epstein Ratanzi, who does the underground. Was it Going Underground? He calls his show. He's a very talented journalist. He had a fellow named Ben Menashe on. Now, Ben Menashe was working for Mossad. He was handling Maxwell. He was handling the daughter. He was handling Epstein. Okay. And what's the significance here? He comes on Ratanzi's Going Underground, and he's pretty much weeping. It's available. Take a look at it. He's sort of weeping. He says, no, please, Mr. Trump, please. It would be embarrassing if you release it all. It would be really, but thousands of people being killed. I don't like to see genocide. So please, Mr. President, accept the consequences, release this thing, and get out from under this blackmail.
I believe that he can end the genocide right now if he just stops being scared of the Israelis. What are they going to say about him? How many girls did he abuse? How many billions of dollars he took? Let them say whatever they say. He should stop the genocide. Let them do whatever they want to do. Morality should take over. I encourage him to stop the genocide at any price.
Perhaps he's trying to get out of Ghislaine Maxwell the Democrat blackmail material. I mean, one should remember that the de facto tortured women who got Ghislaine Maxwell in jail, I mean, they're not going to be happy when she gets apparently a pardon, a commutation. I mean, Trump didn't even need to say, oh yeah, I could pardon her. Do you think Trump is trying to leverage something here and do what you're saying to try and beat
I hope he is. I hope he is trying to leverage this and just get it over with and bring peace to the Middle East.
My God. Yeah. Now, this guy is a reliable source because I know Bob Parry, my patron, taught me a lot about journalism, used to deal with him a lot on things like the October surprise way back when and so forth. So Ben Menashe has a pretty decent reputation. It's known that he worked for Mossad, and it's also known that he was the handler for these people. So he knows what he's talking about. Apparently, he has a conscience, and they see these people being killed, even though they don't look like Israelis much. They're being killed, and he's saying, "Please, Mr. President, please accept the consequences of what you did, which will be revealed. But please just reveal it all and get this thing over with. You shouldn't be blackmailed into supporting genocide. My God. So all I can say is, if that's a factor, man, that's just about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be the Epstein files. I think people need to, we often forget that there's other blackmail operations. So even if they don't have them in the Epstein files, they could have them in some other file.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, look, if you release these files, or if you do this, or if you do that, that causes the American public to continue to scrutinize Israel. I mean, now the American public is waking up to Israel's grip on the country, and
slowly,
well, I would say fairly rapidly in these last couple of years, we've seen more and more people waking up and saying, wait a minute, I mean, especially the younger crowd. I mean, anybody under the age of 30 or 35 years old there's very little support for Israel in that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And the older group is definitely waning as well.
Mm-hmm.
And questioning the grip that that nation has on our country, and whether or not we're actually a sovereign country at this point, with all of our leaders going and kissing the Wailing Wall and making their pilgrimages to Israel, and saying no matter what they support Israel, even though they're committing a genocide. It's just so completely disgusting. But there's got to be more than one blackmail operation. Epstein was just one of, I'm sure, many.
Well, yeah, I guess that's right. But isn't one enough if it involves this kind of heinous activity?
One is bad enough. That the fact that they're able to do this and hang this over our politicians. I mean, to me, this is the worst thing that could happen to our country. We're not a sovereign nation at this point if we're a nation totally and completely blackmailed.
Yeah. Now, I agree with you. I'm hopeful that the younger generation will see things differently, but the younger generation doesn't have any money.
Right. Not yet.
Not yet. Well,
not yet.
If
tell me, you were in this
progressive, then money.
Right.
Yeah. So
let
me just finish my thought here. It used to be. Well, actually, this is worth remembering. Netanyahu in a private home, a private living room, 2001. Okay, he's being filmed, and there's people just adulating him, and he says, "Turn that camera off." He forgot to turn it off. Okay, so here's Netanyahu saying, don't worry about it. The Americans, they'll support us no matter what we do. This is the deal. He says 80% of the Americans will support us no matter what. That's absurd. Period. End quote. Now that is absurd. That's the only thing I agree with Netanyahu, but it's not that anymore. I would guess it's maybe 50%. But the Congress people, well, they get 60, 70% because they're the ones that get the campaign funds, and they can't do without them, apparently. So it's a tough road to hoe. I'm hopeful, but it's going to take too long. I care about all these thousands of Palestinians that are being killed in Gaza every single night.
That's disgusting. I mean, it's totally and completely disgusting. You were in the CIA, obviously, for a long time. Do you think that Epstein was a CIA asset or a Mossad asset, or both?
Well, it's kind of a distinction without a difference. Mossad would be inclined to share this kind of thing with the CIA as a matter of principle, but on this, I don't know. This is so sensitive. I don't know how much the CIA would have been privy to what's going on there. So the answer is, I don't know, but in ordinary circumstances, Mossad and CIA are like this. On this, it may have been just a tad too sensitive to cut the CIA in on this whole operation. I mean, my God, when you think about what that operation was, I know it's possible for any intelligence service to think that that's okay. I hope that ours wasn't intimately involved.
Do you think the CIA has been infiltrated by Mossad and is under the control of Israel?
Infiltrated is the wrong word. Let me put it this way. When I joined in 1963, the analysis division, the Middle East branch was really interesting. I was working on Soviet policy, but I used to have a lot of dealings. And I noticed that there were no Jewish people in the Middle East branch. And so as soon as I got a little savvier, I asked, what is this that you don't have any Jewish people? Well, the branch chief said, well, look, it's a deliberate decision. We don't have any Arabs either. It's just too hard. It's just too hard to be objective. Okay. And so that's what I do. Is that that right thing to do? Well, in these circumstances, I think it is. Now, just a few years later, 1975, okay, I was the National Intelligence Officer for Western Europe. There was hell breaking out in Northern Ireland, okay, a major, major battle. I was scared to death that Bill Casey would come down and say, okay, Ray, you know a lot about Ireland. You report on what's going on in Northern Ireland. I would have had to say, no, I can't do that. I can't be impartial to what's going on in Northern Ireland. Forget it. Go ask somebody else. So now the end of the story on the Middle East branch is now it's full of Jewish people, almost all Jewish people. And, call me anti-Semitic, but I will say in an intelligence agency, you don't want that. If you're going to have Jewish people there, you should have Arab analysts as well. And there aren't any Arab analysts. So yeah, when I was there, so was James Jesus Angleton, okay? And he ran everything having to do with Israel. If I wrote a Soviet foreign policy branch piece that mentioned Israel, it had to go through James Jesus Angleton to get the nihil obstat, or the imprimatur, to proceed ahead. It was that bad, okay? So, and he, of course, was working with the operations folks as well. So it's that bad. Israel has been always very powerful in the CIA. There are some people who adduce the argument that that John Kennedy, that the Israelis were partly responsible for Kennedy's demise. Why? Well, because Kennedy alone among American presidents was dead set on monitoring the development of Israel's nuclear program. They didn't like that. They fashioned all kinds of Potemkin villages there to disguise what they really do in Dimona. Kennedy was aware of that, and it looked like he was really serious in preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon. Of course, they got it anyway. They stole a lot of the parts, and Netanyahu was one of the thieves.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that Israel was behind Kennedy's assassination?
I think there are so many factors. I think it was mostly the CIA, Angleton, Dulles, parts. Well, the military, of course. After the military was forbidden from rescuing those people on the Bay of Pigs, there were parts of the Secret Service, parts of the FBI that were cognizant of the thing. And if you want a really good book on this, it's James Douglas with 2 S's, JFK and the Unspeakable. It benefits from all the previous research out there, about 15 years now, but it's by far the best compilation of the evidence. And he comes to that conclusion that it was the deep state, the CIA, the FBI, the same people who are being exposed now by Tulsi Gabbard in an unprecedented way. I mean, this is new. Nothing like this has happened since Cy Hirsch uncovered the family jewels about, trying to assassinate Castro and all kinds of things that caused the church committee to set up these oversight committees. Now, that worked for a couple of years, but then the oversight committees became the overlook committees, and that's what you've had for the last couple of decades. There's been no oversight at all. We let these secrets keep ourselves. And when we brief Congress, we don't feel we have to be fully candid or even tell them the whole story.
Right. I guess the big question now is, what do we do about it? I mean, if Israel is I guess, you don't want to use the word infiltrate the CIA, but pretty much have control over quite a bit of the CIA, control over our politicians, control over our foreign policy, getting us to support and pay for genocide. I mean, in my mind, we're not a sovereign nation anymore. I don't know exactly how we gain our sovereignty back.
Well, I think every program like this that exposes what's going on is helpful. I think that what the Israelis are doing now is so condemnable that they're losing support hither and yon, and the Israeli economy is going boom. I mean, the Houthis, for God's sake, the Houthis have damaged the economy by blocking that access to Israeli ports. And the Iranians have they set fire to Haifa. I mean, there's not much left that they can help trade with Israel with the rest of the world. So the economy is going down. The question is whether the American people will stand for it. If Congress decides, oh, let's give them another $15 billion, get another 15, but we don't have to do that for Ukraine anymore. Let's give it to Israel. And that's pretty much what I fear will happen unless Americans become sensitized and say, look, we don't want any more of this stuff. We want to be sovereign, and we don't want to be associated with somebody committing genocide. And I'll tell you, Kim, forced hunger. I know about forced hunger. Okay, my great grandparents were the lucky ones that escaped the forced hunger in Ireland, right? The Great Hunger, the artificial, the forced starvation that the British. It was not only the potato crops; it was the British exporting lots of foodstuffs to the other colonies, right? Okay, so I'm heir to that, and so was Joe Biden, for God's sake. His great grandfather was one of the lucky ones. Really, 5 years old, got on a ship and ended up in. So we know what this is like, and maybe you'll allow me to.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
When I grew up in the Bronx in New York City, there were a whole bunch of Irish immigrants there, and they got letters. They got letters from Ireland during the famine and after it, and there was one little ditty they sang it, and it was about the praties. The praties were the potatoes. Okay. No, the praties, they are small over here. All the praties, they are small over here. All the praties, they are small, and we're coming to the fall, and there's not enough for all over here. That's my heritage. I really don't like forced starvation. And Ireland, of course, is at the forefront of supporting the state of Palestine. More countries are doing that now. Maybe we should kind of accentuate the positive. There is progress. Maybe it will come before all the Palestinians in Gaza are wiped out.
Ray, thank you so much for being here on the show and giving us your insight into both the Russiagate scandal that's going on. And I agree, it's a big deal. I would like to see consequences. I don't know exactly what those consequences are going to be or how those consequences would be received by the American people. As much as the consequences are needed, I just worry that people would view it as a big partisan kind of warfare. And unfortunately, the consequences could be worse. But thank you for breaking that down for us and giving us some insight, and also into the Epstein files and the infiltration of the CIA and whatnot.
Yeah, Kim, the issue is really joined with respect to Tulsi Gabbard. It matters a whole lot, and the odds are against her. We're trying to just go back and review the stuff we wrote contemporaneously, but she deserves every support that people could get her. And when I say the issue is joined, we've had 2 New York Times pieces already. Meretricious, lying through their teeth, but they have a lot to defend, among them 2 Pulitzers. So she's up against it. So the more truth we can get out, the better. not
Yeah.
so much to help Tulsi, but to help, spreading truth around. That's what we're all about.
Absolutely. Ray, where can people find you? Where would you like people to continue?
For LGBTQ and people of the color and race and blacks and Hispanic. He got rid of all that DEI and he just replaced it with a new DEI called Jewish people. So get this. This is some more Trump betraying MAGA and becoming Israel first instead of America first. U.S. is going to link $1.9 billion in state disaster funds to Israel boycott stance. So if a state doesn't want to buy stuff from Israel and they do a boycott of Israel products because they're committing a genocide, Donald Trump's federal government is going to deny you disaster funds. U.S. states and cities that boycott Israel companies will be denied federal aid for natural disaster preparedness, the Trump administration has announced, tying routine federal funding to its political stance.
Is there any states that are currently threatening to do that at all, by the way?
I think there is. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, the FEMA, stated in grant notices posted on Friday that states must follow its terms and conditions. This is the most... So now Israel is like a DEI hire for the Trump administration. That's what this is. And they're horrible, but you have to treat them better than you treat everybody else. You can boycott America. You can boycott American products. You can boycott states can boycott. Remember when they were boycotting Florida? Remember California was boycotting Florida? Remember that? Mm-hmm. You can do that. You just can't boycott another country because Donald Trump is not America first.
I have to say that was pretty anti-Semitic to boycott Florida. That's as close to boycotting Israel as it gets.
That's pretty bad. Those conditions require you're going to boycott Florida. Those conditions require they certify it's so humid down there. Those conditions require that they certify that they will not sever commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies to qualify for funding.
Even if they traffic your kids, even if relations.
The requirement applies to at least $1.9 billion that states rely on to cover search and rescue equipment, emergency manager salaries, and backup power systems, among other expenses, according to 11 agency grant notices reviewed by Reuters. The requirement is the Trump administration's latest effort to use federal funding to promote its views on Israel. The Department of Homeland Security. So he's forcing colleges to do DEI for Jewish people. He's forcing them, or you don't get advantage. So he got rid of all the DEI for LGBTQ and people of the color and race and blacks and Hispanic. He got rid of all that DEI and he just replaced it with a new DEI called Jewish people.
About time.
And this requirement is the Trump administration's latest effort to use federal funding to promote its view. So could you imagine if a Democrat did that? Like we're gonna, if you don't hire more DEI people at your college, we're gonna cut your funding. You imagine that?
That's what they did the last time. They just switched out people.
The Department of Homeland Security, the agency that oversees FEMA, in April said that boycotting Israel is prohibited for states and cities receiving its grant funds. The Israeli requirement takes aim at BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement designed to put economic pressure on Israel to end its occupation of Palestinian territories. The campaign supporters grew more vocal in 2023 after Hamas attacked southern Israel and Israel invaded Gaza in response. They did more than invade Gaza. They had already invaded Gaza. They were occupying it. DHS will enforce all anti-discrimination laws and policies, including as it relates to the BDS movement, which it expressly grounded in anti-Semitism, a spokesperson for the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said. The requirement is largely symbolic, and at least 34 states have already have anti-BDS laws or policies. Oh, so
yeah, what
the states already beat them to it.
Let's not understand why it would even be necessary.
The BDS movement did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The American Jewish Committee supports the Trump administration's policy. No kidding. The AJC is the advocacy group that supports Israel. Under one of the grant notices posted on Friday, FEMA will require major cities to agree to the Israel policy to receive a cut of $553 million set aside to prevent terrorism in dense areas. New York is due to receive $92.2 million for the program, the most of all the recipients. Allocations are based on the agency's analysis of relative risk of terrorism. So you know what this is? This is the cutoff Zoloft Mondavi in New York.
Yeah. Is that they're paying him not? Don't
so
have
that's
Zoloft,
what this is.
Krav Maga, or Mondavi.
So it looks like Zoloft Mondavi, who is anti-Israel, is going to win in New York, and he'll probably be all on board for a BDS to do a boycott on Israeli companies. So that's what this is about. This is about stopping him from doing that. But guess what? Sagar and Jetty found this out. The Trump administration's decision to withhold disaster relief funds is even more insane than I thought. It extends a ban on disaster funds from our tax dollars to anyone who refuses to deal with Israeli companies. So here, and he points it out, it says discriminatory prohibited boycott means refusing to deal, cutting commercial relations, or otherwise limiting commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies or with companies doing business in or with Israel or authorized by, licensed, or organized under the laws of Israel to do business.
So this is like when Great Britain forced China to buy opium from them,
yes.
Except instead of getting some sweet opium, we just do what Israel says. We don't even get a good opium high.
Ironically, FEMA declares that anyone who accepts these grant funds agrees they do not and will not, during the term of this financial assistance award, operate any programs that advance or promote DEI, DEIA, or discriminatory equity ideology. That's the irony, is that you can't do your regular DEI, but Trump has a whole new set of DEI for Jews or Israelis. I'll put it Israel. It's not Jews. It's Israelis.
Diversity, equity, Israelis.
Yes. Glenn Greenwald says, even worse about this Trump policy that bans disaster relief funds to any American state or city boycotting Israel, it only applies to Israel. They can boycott France, Peru, United Arab Emirates, or South Korea, or even other American states and still get those funds. They just can't boycott Israel.
Oh, if Rogan doesn't have Bibi Netanyahu on, will Texas lose their FEMA funds?
Glenn Greenwald goes on to say, when Andrew Cuomo was governor of New York, he ordered state employees to boycott both Indiana and North Carolina due to their gender bathroom laws. Mm-hmm. But then he also banned contracts to anybody boycotting Israel. So you can boycott United States or U.S. states. You just not this one foreign country. Isn't that amazing? You can boycott another United States state. You can't boycott a foreign country.
Hey, does Israel have a lot of trans bathrooms? I bet they don't.
Jake Shields says, hey, MAGA, are you going to try to defend this, or are you ready to admit that Epstein has him effing kids? Instead of releasing the Epstein files, he's going to cut off American aid during disasters. I'm sure the FEMA money will be sent to Israel. It's time to admit we are occupied. I admit it, Jake. Donald Trump never will. I think lots of MAGA actually does admit that Trump is Israel first and not America first. Jack Merkinson says telling people you will have to be killed in a hurricane because of Israel is definitely going to make them like Israel more.
I disagree. I think they should be more pushy.
Here is Joey says part of Trump. Help. Do you support Israel?
Oh, I thought they were deporting her for writing a college paper against Israel.
That's funny. But here's the latest from Sagar. He says, okay, after speaking with folks, here's what's going on. An original guidance from the Department of Homeland Security explicitly stated that federal disaster funding was barred from states that allowed boycotts of Israel. The White House then changed this explicit language after widespread outcry. But the Department of Homeland Security tweet makes it clear the administration reserves the right to deny these funds on BDS grounds based on the Anti-Boycott Act. They still might do it. They're just not saying it out loud right now.
Is this like a plot to make everybody hate Israel to get like, are they running out of anti-Semitism? Is that what the problem
Can you
is?
imagine that your state gets denied disaster funds because of Israel and you think this is going to help Israel?
I don't even know how my state would be boycotting Israel by not dealing with some Israeli company.
So the Homeland Security tweeted this out. There is no FEMA requirement tied to Israel in any current NOFO. No states have lost funding and no new conditions have been imposed. FEMA grants remain governed by existing law and policy and not political litmus tests. DHS will enforce all anti-discriminatory laws and policies, including as it relates to the BDS movement. So they just contradicted themselves here. So what they're saying is, we're not writing a new law. We're going to just do this under the old law. So we're going to deny you disaster funds if we feel like it. Oh, because of Israel.
That's what they're saying. You're allowed to have. I can boycott whoever I want.
Yeah,
I'm really talking about.
I get to hate anybody I want. I get to speak hate against anybody I want. I get to boycott anybody I want. I get to hate and boycott anybody I want. Why? Because I'm a grown-ass man and I'm not a slave and I'm free. And you want to control my thoughts and my buying behavior. You can't do that. I'm a grown-ass man. I get to not buy from someone if I don't want to, and I get to hate those people at the same time. I get to hate anyone and anything I want. That's what it's called being free. You don't get to control my thoughts. You don't get to have mind control over me, and you don't get to make it illegal for me to have a thought of hatred.
And I can have a machete if I want, Jimmy.
So they're trying to say, hey, we're not actually doing this, but then they say, hey, we actually are doing this.
Yeah. Shouldn't let Laura Loomer do their tweeting.
Yeah.
Or Larry Loomer, if you believe some people.
So this is only making people hate Israel more. This is the exact opposite thing. Just, you know how all the DEI stuff created backlash against those people getting the DEI? This is the same thing.
Well, you know what? Don't worry about me and the worthless non-Jews who might be upset. We're nothing. But you're losing all the new generation of kids. That's what they're freaking out about. The kids aren't listening to Bubby and Zadie no more about Israel. That's really the main fear. That's why they have to use the master of the universe controls, is that fucking creep said so eloquently. We're the masters of the universe. All these old scumbag, probably not even real Jews, probably like Frankish Satan Jews, they're mad that they're losing control of the kids. And it's not China that did it with TikTok. Larry Ellison owns TikTok. So don't blame China.
Wow. And if you would like to hear my jokes about Israel and all this censorship, I'll see you in Rutherford, New Jersey, Manhattan, New York at the Village Underground, or Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Hey, what if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments.
Is so offensive and so idiotic, even denying them disaster preparedness funds. And then they secretly removed it. And then they went on and said, this is fake news. And a bunch of Trump supporters were like, oh, it's fake news. I knew it. They would never do that.
I'm just laughing at Glenn's voice change to reveal the absurdity that is this recent decision by the Trump administration to withhold federal disaster relief from people criticizing Israel. Glenn gets into the specifics of this and how they tried to turn face from it and save face from it, which ultimately didn't exactly do that in the first place. We'll get his take on that. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
This is so ironic. The conservative movement spent a full decade mocking claims of racism, mocking claims that people on college campuses need anti-discrimination protection. And then the Trump administration gets in and makes it one of their top priorities, one of their very top priorities, to declare that there's a racism epidemic in the United States, but only against one group. There's only one genuinely marginalized, true victim group in the United States, and that's American Jews.
Yep, this is the red flavor of wokeness, the Zionist flavor of wokeness. He's right. That's exactly what they did.
And the Trump administration has been doing everything, no matter how much it harms American citizens or American interests, to purge the world of this one form of bigotry that it claims has pervaded all American institutions. And it will sacrifice anything to do so. Now, this is not new. This is just how extreme these things can get in the framework of American politics. Earlier today, they released this policy as described by Reuters. U.S. links $1.9 billion in state disaster funds to Israel boycott stance. Quote, U.S. states and cities that boycott Israeli companies will be denied federal aid for natural disaster preparedness, the Trump administration has announced, tying routine federal funding to its political stance. The Federal Emergency Management Agency stated in grant notices posted on Friday that states must follow its, quote, terms and conditions. Those conditions require that they certify they will not sever, quote, commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies if they need to qualify for funding.
So get a load of this. This really reveals what kind of plague the Israel first mentality is, because even the money, we already have a lot of taxpayer money sent down the drain to Israel, you know, in the form of $20 billion last year, while we have our own problems to deal with domestically, mind you. But even the money that isn't directly sent to Israel, they still earmark it in these crazy ways for Israel. Because if you boycott an Israeli company, and there are many in the NASDAQ and cybersecurity, there's many different companies, and you know, they're inextricably tied to the government. That's the reason for this stance, because they don't want you to be a critic of Israel. Companies like CyberArk and LTech and things like that. If you happen to levy any kind of critical stance or that, well, hey, if your homes or businesses are knocked down by a hurricane, we're not going to help you. Why? Well, it's Israel first. We said America first, but really it's Israel first, because that's our number one priority. And by the way, Israel's borders are much more sacrosanct than the United States. That's really the mentality and sensibilities that the feds have with this. It's absolutely pathetic.
The requirement applies to at least $1.9 billion that states rely on to cover search and rescue equipment, emergency manager salaries, and backup power systems, among other expenses, according to 11 agency grant notices reviewed by Reuters. Quote, Homeland Security will enforce all anti-discrimination laws and policies, including as it relates to the BDS movement, which is expressly grounded in anti-Semitism, a spokesperson for the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said in a statement.
Of course she did, because their grand dream is to run a propaganda campaign that conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. That's the innate response that you get if you dare to criticize Israel. But beyond that, now we're going to withhold federal funding for disaster relief. It's so preposterous, and it really shows you where this administration's priorities are. They're not especially unique in this way. Most American administrations have been influenced heavily by AIPAC, but the amount of influence that's been pushed into this administration and just, you know, pervades it and seeps out of it in a way that can't be ignored is almost unprecedented and, inescapable.
Can I just stop there for a second? The campaign to boycott Israel was based on exactly the same model that was used by American citizens to boycott apartheid South Africa in the 1980s, which is, this is a unjust government engaged in unjust acts, and we shouldn't reward them by doing business with them, by visiting. We're going to boycott them. There's a boycott of South Africa. It went on for years. Americans participated in it, Europeans. No one ever said that was racist, or no one got punished for that. And as I said, there have been boycott campaigns, successful ones, aimed at American states by Americans, by other states. They wanted to punish Georgia for their voting rights law. They lost huge amounts of business. They lost the Major League Baseball All-Star game or a big NBA game. They huge numbers of conventions and conferences pulled out of Georgia. They did the same thing to North Carolina and Indiana because they enacted bathroom bills that say that you have to use the bathroom that corresponds with your biological sex at birth to prevent trans people from using the bathrooms with which they identify. And a lot of American states, other American states, and a lot of American citizens and American businesses boycotted Indiana and North Carolina. And no one got punished under the Trump administration, the first Trump administration with that. That was totally fine. You're allowed to boycott anybody except Israel.
Yeah, man, that is saying it right, perfectly correct. And I put this in my Candace video where people talked about how people on both sides of the political aisle in America conduct boycotts against individual American states and sometimes localities within those states for various policies that are enacted there. In terms of right-wingers in California, hey, for their soft immigration stance, we might not buy from California properties. Or left-wingers, when it comes to goods and services from, southern states, we won't buy goods and services there because of their, strict and rigid abortion laws and anti-abortion laws, I should say. And this is just a normal phenomenon in America. It's American to make these independent decisions for yourself. But when you make these decisions, when it comes to Israel and critiquing Israel and U.S. aid to Israel, all bets are off. All the funds are withheld. It really, again, shows the priorities of this administration. And yeah, by the way, I bet this is going to make more people sympathetic to what Israel's doing in Gaza, by the way, which is a genocide, by the way. And he's right about South Africa, right? There was a massive boycott against South Africa for its practices and holding an apartheid state there throughout the 80s. And you never got this kind of reprisal, and that's because South Africa didn't have a lobby, a foreign lobby within the United States with the power of the Israel lobby, and that's what AIPAC represents today.
And the idea that it's anti-Semitic to boycott a state or a government is so offensive and so idiotic. In fact, the hate speech codes that the Trump administration are forcing American colleges to adopt that expand the list of ideas you're not allowed to express, which we've gone over before, the IHRA definition, includes as anti-Semitism an example that says holding all Jews responsible for the state of Israel's actions. Because the state of Israel is not Jewish people. You can oppose and object to and criticize and campaign against the state of Israel and its government without being racist. You could do that you can criticize the government of Nigeria without being guilty of anti-black racism. You can criticize the government of Saudi Arabia without being guilty of Islamophobia. Everybody understands this except when it comes to Israel.
This is exactly correct. Their dream, again, in this propaganda campaign is to conflate Israel with all of Judaism. And by doing that, they can just dispose of any criticism against Israel by saying, hey, it's just anti-Semitic. They've tried it for ages. It's starting to work less and less, I think, as this becomes exposed, as stories like this get out, because the lunacy is just unavoidable. You can't maintain any sincere belief that this is, a just policy. But that's what they maintain. But we would never accept it if it's foreign countries. If, someone criticized the Russian government in particular, because no, that's the government the CIA wants you to hate. That wouldn't be racist. if you criticize Russia and Russian policy and Russian leaders and the Russian government, etc. You never get that kind of response from people because they want a war with Russia. They want this proxy war to go on with Russia. That's just one example. He just named some others, but in no other case do we think that criticism against the other, 192 countries in the world would be a criticism against the race and ethnicity of the people within those countries when you're only pointing it to the government to begin with. So yeah, he's right.
And this is how the Trump administration is justifying punishing American citizens, even denying them disaster preparedness funds to keep them safe and secure. The first duty of any government, to keep its citizens safe. The government is saying, no, we're not. That's not our first priority. Our first priority is to protect Israel.
That is definitely their first priority.
That's your America First government. It goes on. The requirement is the Trump administration's latest effort to use federal funding to promote its views on Israel. The American Jewish Committee supports the Trump administration's policy. What a shock, said Holly Huffengale, the group's director of anti-Semitism policy. The AGC is an advocacy group that supports Israel. Under one of the grant notices posted on Friday, FEMA will require major cities to agree to the Israel policy to receive a cut of the $553 million set aside to prevent terrorism in dense areas. And it goes on to describe all the different people who are going to lose funding. Now, this was announced through this Department of Homeland Security policy, which is the Department of Homeland Security Standard Terms and Conditions. This was from April, and then there was another one applied today. So under Section 17, entitled Anti-Discrimination, it says recipients must comply with all applicable federal anti-discrimination laws material to the government's payment decision.
And by anti-discrimination laws, they mean anything that would be individual choices that consumers make to buy products that happen to come from countries or companies that are that have the origin of certain countries over others.
And then in paragraph D, it defines discriminatory prohibited boycott as refusing to deal, cutting commercial relations, or otherwise limiting commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies or with companies doing business in or with Israel, or authorized by, licensed, or organized under the laws of Israel to do business. Do you see that you can boycott anyone else that you want? Boycott French businesses, Peruvian businesses, Korean businesses, Japanese businesses, Russian businesses, Iranian businesses, Cuban businesses, whatever, anything you want. Even boycott businesses of North Carolina and Georgia and Indiana, and you'll be fine. Just under these guidelines of the federal government, the only prohibited boycott is one aimed at this one special, sacred foreign country whose interest comes even before disaster preparedness relief for American citizens. The government will deny that funding to American citizens if they don't have the right views on Israel.
Exactly right. I mean, this just really shows the hypocrisy of an administration that dared to say that America first is our mantra. That's our creed. That's our cornerstone principle, because previous administrations have not exactly been America first. And then they're going to unveil this madness. And some people still have the gall to say that Qatar has more influence than Israel in our government. I'm sorry. This is preposterous, and it can just be seen by normal people all across America when you see schemes like this. And I'm so glad it's actually getting some reporting.
And the fact that this is done under the title of America First is about the biggest joke you can imagine.
Right.
All day long, there was an outrage, an eruption of outrage from this Trump administration announcement. Like, what do you mean? Why would American citizens be denied disaster relief if they don't agree not to boycott Israel? It's like you're allowed to boycott whoever you want as an American citizen. And in response to that, Homeland Security had to give a statement because a lot of even their own supporters were extremely confused and angry at how this could be. And they just denied it was true by saying this. They didn't really deny it, though. They said there is no FEMA requirement tied to Israel in any current NOFO. No states have lost funding and no new conditions have been imposed. FEMA grants remain governed by existing law and policy and not political litmus tests. But then it goes on to say that that DHS will enforce all anti-discrimination laws and policies, including as it relates to the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement, which is expressly grounded in anti-Semitism. Those who engage in racial discrimination should not receive a single dollar of federal funding.
So not only is that a lie, there was a requirement tied to boycotts against Israeli companies. They're saying that, hey, that wasn't the case. Well, they actually pulled it after this outcry of criticism toward it after this broke in the news. And then in the second paragraph there that he highlighted, they're still saying, hey, we're still going to enforce this regardless of it being in the bill or not. So they're doing a quasi turn face that isn't a turn face. It's just stupid, and they're not going to escape the fervor that this is causing.
So on the one hand, they're denying it, but then they're reiterating the fact that, yeah, if you're part of the Boycott Israel movement as an American citizen, you will be denied even a single dollar of federal funding, even if a hurricane destroys your house, or even if it's a program to prevent a hurricane from destroying your house and killing you and your family as an American citizen on American soil. If you participate in any way in a boycott of Israel, the government's saying you will not get a dollar from us, American citizens. Now, what actually happened here is that we showed you the government website had that language I just read to you, and it was only about an hour ago now, maybe even less, 45 minutes, that the government clandestinely removed that language, and then they come out and they say, "Oh, this is fake news. We're not imposing any new conditions." They had that language up all day in this document. And then they secretly removed it. And then they went on and said, "This is fake news." And a bunch of Trump supporters were like, "Oh, it's fake news. I knew it. They would never do that." It's like you can see the language still up on their site. And then there's a new version where they removed it in response to the anger. And yet at the same time, they're preserving this language that lets them do exactly that.
I can't get over Glenn's voice change, poking fun at this insanity. It's so funny. He says it perfectly there, but he's just right. I mean, just looking at this historically, one of the most time-honored American rights is the idea of economic sovereignty to some effect. We can make individual choices about the products and services we buy. Yeah, the federal government throws wrenches in it and tries to limit that to some extent through a massive regulatory apparatus that, you know, only allows certain products and services to come to market, especially in highly regulated sectors like, you know, food and pharmaceutical and telecom and tech. But mostly there is a lot of consumer choice in what we buy and the behavior we make with our dollars. It's, I think, voting more significantly than the ballot box is voting through the products and services that we purchase. And it's an American right to use whatever criteria you want to make those purchases. But in the eyes of the feds, if you make those purchases in the wrong direction, and that is things that are critical of Israel and alternatives to Israeli goods, you're going to suffer through this disaster relief withholding. And that's what we're going to get. The Department of Homeland Security reiterated that in that tweet. They said, hey, this is not part of any kind of DHS guidelines. Well, it was. You're just responding because there was an outcry about it, deservedly so, by the way. But they're also just going to still enforce it, like Glenn just said there. So you have this rank hypocrisy, and it's issues like this and the genocide in Gaza and the war in Iran, which makes a lot of people believe that this administration is hardly America first. It's Israel first, and it's unavoidable. It's inescapable. Even some of Trump's biggest supporters have acknowledged that and have said, well, what's the deal with this? One big example that comes to mind with me is Matt Walsh. He's pointed out this madness, not only in terms of, you know, threatening Canada with trade restrictions because they wanted to acknowledge a Palestinian state, but also in this incident, you know, people like Matt Walsh should be low-hanging fruit for Trump's America First and MAGA union and, I guess, coalition. But even people like that are being lost because this is so insane. You just can't avoid how idiotic and how glaring the hypocrisy is in cases like this. And if you think this is going to get Americans to be more sympathetic to what Israel's doing in Gaza, I think you have got to be mistaken. even as Israel talks about now annexing and occupying Gaza. Netanyahu has said yesterday the decision was made to occupy Gaza. Is this going to increase anti-Semitism or lessen it by making policies like this? I have my own opinion on this, but I want to hear yours. Let me know down below. Do you agree with Glenn? Is this going to help U.S. relations with Israel? Do you think this will keep the American base in lockstep supporting Israel? Let me know in the comments below. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Also subscribe to Glenn. He does great reporting on stories like this, and I really appreciate that. And please consider becoming a YouTube member by clicking the join button below. If you do that, you can support the channel. And as thanks for that, I'm going to give you access to all my videos before they go live on YouTube. And until I see you guys next time, no more war, no more debt, no more inflation, and no more empire. Peace out, guys. Catch you in the next one.
Ryan Enos is a associate professor at Harvard. He's a political scientist at Harvard. And yesterday, Brown University became the latest school after Columbia and many others to be forced to sign a deal with the federal government where they agreed to a whole wide range of demands the federal government, the Trump administration insisted they agree to, or else face rescission of all their public funding for research programs, as well as, in the case of Harvard, they're punishing Harvard by trying to deny them the ability to have foreign students, basically saying, look, we're going to punish you, we're going to attack you as an institution unless you agree to our demands. And one of the demands the Trump administration is imposing, aside from the censorship and hate speech codes we showed you the other night, are DEI programs for Jewish students. So Professor Enos at Harvard reviewed the agreement that was signed by the federal government and Brown University, which we're going to show you in a minute. And this is what he had to say about them. He said, quote, I encourage people to read the ransom contract between the Trump regime and Brown University and to consider the sheer madness we have reached whereby private institutions are being extorted to cut off program for disfavored groups, DEI, and start new DEI program for favored groups, meaning Jews. He went on, a person can certainly have different opinions about the merits of DEI to support different groups, but the fact that institutions are being extorted into promising not to, quote, promote unlawful DEI goals, while at the same time being forced to promise to, quote, support a thriving Jewish community is insane. He says, it is the exploitation of minority identities, both negatively and positively, for cynical political gain that undermines the fabric of institutions in our country. I can't imagine being a university administrator and putting my name on something so icky. Here's the agreement that Brown University, under all sorts of threats and duress, signed with the Trump administration that Professor Enos was just describing. And by no means is this the first one. You see this in Columbia, the agreement with Columbia and Princeton. I don't think Princeton has signed one yet, but there's several others as well. Here's paragraph 13 of the agreement between Brown University and the federal government. Part of the agreement before this requires them to dismantle DEI, not to treat minorities differently for admissions, not to allow special curriculum or groups or privileges for any other minority group. And then at the same time, paragraph 13 creates a new DEI program, but for American Jews. This is what it says. The university will take the following steps to ensure compliance with Title VI and Section 1557 and their implementing regulations by providing Jewish students an equal opportunity to participate and enjoy the benefits of its education program and activities as required by this agreement and law. So they're framing it as, oh, we just want equal rights for Jews, and yet this is part of what Brown is going to do. Brown is committed to taking significant, proactive, effective steps to combat anti-Semitism and ensure a campus free from harassment and discrimination. These shall include actions to support a thriving Jewish community. So Princeton has to commit, Brown has to commit to implementing programs to support and make sure that the Jewish community is thriving. They also agree to implement research and education programs about Israel and a robust program in Judaic studies through outreach to Jewish day school students to provide information about applying to Brown, resources for religiously observant Jewish community members, renewed partnership with Israeli academics and national Jewish organizations, support for enhanced security at the Brown Hillel group, which is a group of Jewish students, and a convening of alumni, students, and faculty to celebrate 130 years of Jewish life at Brown in the 2025-2026 academic year. Do you understand the government is forcing Brown University to specifically have outreach programs to encourage Jews to come to Brown, as though you think Jews are unrepresented in the Ivy League? Do any of you think that? Do any of you think that Jews are unrepresented in the student body, on the faculty, in the administrative officials, or in the level of donors? You think Jews are disproportionately underrepresented in Ivy League schools or other American universities or in power centers generally? The answer is no, they are not. There was just an outstanding interview that Tucker Carlson conducted with Professor John Mearsheimer, one of our favorite guests. And Mearsheimer is saying, look, I've been in academia my whole life, been at the University of Chicago for the last 44 years. I never, ever, ever heard anyone even suggest that America's leading universities are anti-Semitic. Every major elite university has huge numbers of Jewish students, huge numbers of Jewish faculty members, huge numbers of Jewish deans and presidents. 5 out of the last 7 presidents of Harvard have been Jewish. And he said only after October 7th, in order to demonize criticism of Israel and protesting Israel's war in Gaza, did suddenly it get declared that somehow America's leading universities now have an epidemic of anti-Semitism. Just like liberals claim there's an epidemic of racism against Black people and Latinos and LGBT phobia and misogyny and xenophobia, all of which led to the DEI programs conservatives said they hated for every other group. That's exactly what conservatives now say that justify this DEI program. Brown University is now required to go to Jewish day camps, like Jewish kids, and find them. Go look for Jewish kids. And you don't have to go look for Black people. You don't have to go look for Black kids or Latino kids or Muslim kids or white kids or Christian. None of those. Just Jewish kids. They have to go look for Jewish kids and say, like, Brown loves you. Brown wants you. Please come to Brown. The federal government is forcing Brown to celebrate 130 years of Jewish life. You want to tell me this is not DEI to a T that conservatives are actually, the Trump administration is actively dismantling and attacking for every other group while imposing it for the one group they favor. Here's the next paragraph. Brown will engage an external party to conduct a survey in 2025 to evaluate the campus climate for Brown students, including the climate for students with shared Jewish ancestry, and to evaluate social media harassment. The United States and Brown shall jointly choose the external party. So the government gets to choose which external party conducts this. These surveys shall be developed by October 25th. The survey shall, among other questions deemed appropriate by Brown, ask students whether they feel welcome at Brown, whether they feel safe reporting anti-Semitism at Brown, whether they believe Brown has responded appropriately to reports of alleged anti-Semitic conduct, whether they believe the changes Brown has made since October of 2023, including the changes to policies and standard operating procedures, changes to non-discrimination training, and previous climate surveys have benefited the Brown community, whether they have experienced harassment on social media by Brown students, faculty, or staff while at Brown based on their national origin, including shared Jewish ancestry, and how any social media harassment has affected their experience at Brown, how the Brown University online and social media harassment webpage has affected them, and whether they believe Brown could take any further measures to reduce any social media harassment. This is all for Jewish students. An unbelievable array of guarantees and promises and programs, not only to ensure Jewish students feel happy and safe on campus so they don't hear things they dislike or they hear criticism of Israel they think are anti-Semitic, which is basically every criticism of Israel, but also to make sure that they're not criticized on Twitter or TikTok or Facebook for their views about Israel. This is all things the university is forcing Brown to do only for Jewish students, but for no one else. And then within 45 days of the conclusion of each survey, Brown will provide to the Health and Human Services Department and the Education Department a report to them. So you have to report to the government. That includes, at a minimum, the results of the survey, Brown's analysis of the survey, and any appropriate action Brown intends to take to improve campus climate and to improve Brown's response to social media harassment. Within 50 days, the government has to approve those proposed reactions, and then Brown will provide documentation sufficient to show its implementation of any action, including a description of each action and how it was implemented. I'm sorry, but any conservative who has ever said over the last 10 years that they think DEI is racist or wrong or divisive or immoral and who supports this is a complete and utter fraud. This is DEI in its classic form, in its purest form. And it's not the universities doing it on their own, it's the US government forcing these universities.
That's crazy.
To say, you have to go to your Jewish students, give them survey. Are you okay? Is anything bothering you? Are you being criticized online? Like, are you hearing things that make you feel unsafe? And then Brown is required to accommodate those feelings and grievances and make sure that these adult students feel safe, not physically safe, just safe in terms of like safetyism. What conservatives have been mocking forever when done for every other group? It's being eliminated for every other group except for Jewish students.
Hi, everybody. Today is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, and our friend Professor Marandi is back with us. Welcome back, Professor.
Hi, Nima. Thank you for inviting me.
Let me start with the latest escalation between the United States and Russia. The United States is trying to somehow convince Iran not to go after nuclear weapons, or trying to say that it's not good for, it's good for us, but it's not good for the others. But how about the latest escalation? What does that mean for Iran when the United States, in response to what was somehow some sort of escalation on the part of Russians, but they were talking about the conventional weapons. They didn't talk about nuclear weapons. The United States is threatening Russia by sending 2 submarines, nuclear submarines, close to Russia. And this is some sort of escalation that we haven't seen before, even during the Biden administration. And the United States, on the other hand, has decided to put the missiles, nuclear missiles, back in Europe. They have withdrawn them in 1980s, and the Trump administration has decided to put them back. They can be used by F-35 against Russia. What does that mean for Iran, in your opinion?
Well, first, I think we have to keep in mind that the United States brought nuclear weapons to the UK before the Medvedev tweet. And so I think that's the real escalation when you bring nuclear weapons closer to Russian borders. That is the highest form of escalation without actually using nuclear weapons. So the fault lies with the United States and with Trump. The tweet by Medvedev is not really all that important. Maybe it could have been written better, but he's not the president of Russia. He's not the decision maker. And Trump's response was not really very meaningful because, based on my understanding, the nuclear submarines are already in the oceans as they always are under normal circumstances, and they rotate. But I think the most important thing for me, looking at it from an Iranian perspective, is that in the past, the United States always tried to contain Iran, as they like to call it, or tried to harm Iran, or tried to undermine Iran, or tried to break Iran through sanctions and threats. So on the one hand, the Americans would impose brutal sanctions, not just because of Iran's nuclear program, which is peaceful. The Americans are saying Iran shouldn't have the ability to enrich uranium. The issue has never been about nuclear weapons. They're saying Iran should not be able to enrich uranium. It's not Iran. It's like telling a country you're not allowed to have produce your own oil. You have to import oil. You can have a refinery, but you'll have to import the oil. So, on the one hand, they punish and hurt Iranians, ordinary Iranians, because they want to block Iran from having a nuclear program. But then they also punish Iran for having a defense program. Its missile defense capabilities are also another excuse for the Americans to punish Iranians. And all of this, of course, is about Israel. So, whether it's the nuclear program, or whether it's a missile program, or whether it's human rights or global warming or whatever, they'll always find an excuse to sanction Iran, to hurt Iran, because the Americans and the Israeli regime have one policy for the region, and that is Israeli supremacy. But now the weapons that have been in the past used basically for Iran more than any other country, although you could also include small countries like Cuba or smaller countries. I mean, Cuba is an important country. It's had a very important role in the 20th century in the anti-imperialist movement. But in any case, Iran was the first power that was attacked by the United States through sanctions and also the threats of war. We've heard all options are on the table being used for president after president after president against Iran. Now what the United States is doing is that it's using the same models, as you alluded to, for Russia, for India, for China, for Brazil, interestingly, for important BRICS nations, and in other countries that it antagonizes. And this provides a lot of breathing room for the Iranians, because they are no longer facing they're not the focus of U.S. antagonism. Now U.S. antagonism is basically being spread across the globe. And it's sort of like when they put butter on bread. The larger the piece of bread, the thinner the butter. And so it's much more difficult for the Americans today to focus on Iran, and also because all these other countries are being antagonized by the United States. Those countries have an incentive to move closer towards Iran and to one another. And I think, for example, what the United States is doing with India is extraordinarily foolish, because the Americans have been courting the Indian government for decades now, and Trump is throwing it out the window. Now there may be a deal, and Trump may back down, but still, the way in which he's been treating India, the insulting remarks made by Trump, insulting remarks made by senior U.S. government officials, are not lost upon ordinary Indians. It's going to have a lasting impact. So this, I think, is for Iran. It empowers the country because the United States can no longer. So, for example, just one simple example. In the past, the United States focused on blocking Iran from exporting oil, and to a degree was successful. Although partially the fault was the Iranian government too under President Rouhani, because he did not seek to expand oil exports through means outside the current the Western-dominated financial order. After Rouhani's term ended and President Raisi came to power, he changed the policy, and he decided to push for Iranian oil exports. They were initially heavily subsidized. Then gradually, when Iranian production reached maximum, the price of Iranian oil went up, and today we see Iran is exporting all of its oil. So, but in any case, it was always much more difficult for Iran to export its oil because the global oil market is large. Iran's oil production is significant, but it does not change the fate of the global oil market, especially since Iran has been sanctioned for decades. But when Russia is added, then this becomes much more significant. And then you have Venezuela and so on. And so it becomes much more difficult for the Americans to block Iranian oil exports when multiple countries that are major oil producers are sanctioned. And then since these countries are the very fact that they're independent of the West is why they're sanctioned, other countries that are threatened by the West, in order to gain greater security, energy security that meaning energy from countries that are independent of the West, they tilt towards countries like Iran, Russia, Venezuela, and so on. And since those countries too are being targeted, they feel that this is necessary. So Iranian oil is exported more easily. It becomes increasingly difficult for the Americans to stop it. And there is a greater demand for Iranian oil for the reason that I explained. So the more the Americans spread this net of sanctions and threats of warfare across the globe, the better it is for countries in the global south that have been facing the brunt of American hostility.
Do you feel that, let's put it this way, we know that the Russian gas and energy that is going to India has been attacked. They were attacking these ships that they're carrying Russian oil and gas, but the alternative would be the north-south corridor. Is that going to complicate the situation? Is that going to how is that going to work? How is that? We know that is the Russian, the decision on the part of Russians and Iranian is getting somewhere in terms of dealing with these sort of threats, because it's not just about Russia. I'm talking about, I mentioned Russia because it shows how, because people are reading about it right now and they know they have to know this is what has happened to Iran for such a long time, and Iran knows what does that mean for them and for their economy. How could this bring Russia and Iran together?
Well, first I should add something that I forgot to say, and that is that these military threats that the United States has been using against Iran, as I alluded to earlier, options are being on the table. These are also now being directed towards other countries like Russia in the case of the Trump social media posts about nuclear submarines. And this also increases solidarity among non-Western countries with regards to the United States, because countries increasingly see that this is not about Iran. This is about the United States. This is not the fault of the victim. It is the aggressor, meaning the West, the United States, that is making these threats. The threat is not just directed at one particular state. It's directed at multiple states. It's even directed at nuclear states like Russia, which have more nuclear warheads than does the United States itself. So I think that both the sanctions and the threats that the United States makes strengthens Iran, strengthens all of these countries, and draws them closer to each other against the United States. With regards to India, as I was saying earlier, we have to see where this ends and where this leads. If the United States indeed does impose tariffs on India as they've threatened, and the Indians don't back down, then I think that creates a very strong incentive for the North-South corridor to expand more rapidly. Because even though Indian exports to the United States are not enormous, but I think it signals a fundamental shift in the United States away from India. And so India will obviously be searching for new partners. And in among BRICS nations, and I don't want to stress too much on BRICS. BRICS itself is not a NATO or it's not a European Union type of organization, but it is a place where world leaders, important world leaders, gather together and search for solutions with regards to global issues and crises. So it is an important organization, but we shouldn't exaggerate what BRICS countries do. But in any case, the weakest link in BRICS has been India, and after India, Brazil. And what the United States has done in this latest round is that it has targeted Brazil and India more than any other country, because Russia has already been sanctioned, China is already antagonized, Iran is, of course, facing maximum pressure sanctions since forever. So this, I think, is important. Even if there is a deal, I think it's going to have some sort of impact on the way in which India conducts a foreign policy. And the same is true with Brazil. Because, as I said, as Trump said, words matter, ironically, coming from Trump, that says a lot, because he says a lot of nonsense, but words do matter. And the way in which the United States has treated India over the past few days in particular has been pretty ugly. So this, I think, strengthens BRICS, but I really don't comprehend why Trump is doing this, because if I was among the political elite in the United States, I would definitely not try to push India and Brazil towards other BRICS nations.
I think what's happening to Brazil and India particularly is that whenever the Iranian leadership was talking about the United States is trying to interfere in the domestic policy of Iran, they're trying to do regime change, so-called regime change, color revolution, all of this. We are witnessing right now here in Brazil. The United States is trying to interfere into the domestic policy of Brazil. They're trying to fight against the current president of Brazil. It is something important, because you feel, when you live in Brazil, you feel how the people feel about these sort of pressures coming from the United States on Brazilian economy. It's not on the Brazilian government, again, as Iran was arguing for such a long time. It's on Brazilian people. That's why they're reacting to that. And the other thing would be, Lula recently, yesterday, the day before yesterday, he said that they tried to stage a coup here in Brazil. You know, it's all the same game. I think that what's happening right now, it's somehow in Brazil, people are understanding what's going on in terms of the relationship between Brazil and the United States. India somehow getting there. China wasn't there before these sort of tariffs on China. They're getting there. It's somehow the Trump administration pushing all these countries together. Unbelievably, the way that he's pushing all of them together, it's unbelievable.
Yes, I agree completely. And to a degree, I understand why Trump does this to Brazil, because his ally has just been sentenced to confinement at home. And but still, it doesn't make sense. I mean, if I was among the decision makers in the United States, or if I was an advisor, I would say it's not worth it. I wouldn't push Brazil towards U.S. adversaries because of my ally being confined to his home. And but in the case of India, it makes even less sense because the current Indian Prime Minister Modi, he has been trying very hard to have a close relationship with the United States, and the Indian government and its allies have always seen Trump as their natural partner in the United States. So uh, it's very foolish, and it's welcome here in Tehran, I'm sure. Uh, it's excellent news. Every escalation between United States and the rest of the world is good news for Iran because it vindicates Iran. People, just a few years ago, when I would, for example, travel to conferences in countries across the global south, I would often be asked by colleagues, why don't you try to strike a deal with the United States? Why don't you try to overcome the hostility? And I always try to explain that Iran does this, but the problem lies on the other side. The trouble lies with Americans, their exceptionalist worldview, their belief that they are they are the hyperpower and that we must be obedient to them, that we must forsake our sovereignty and to give up our rights because they demand us to do so. Now that has changed completely. Across the world, people recognize and understand clearly why Iran resists, just as they now understand clearly why Iran opposes this genocidal apartheid regime. The world has changed, and since these countries are targeted, or multiple countries are being targeted, people across the global south and even in the West, they are seeing the true nature of the United States, the true nature of the West. And it's interesting how, it goes back to what Kissinger once said: to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, something like that. But to be a friend is deadly. Look at what Trump has done to the EU and what he wants to do to Canada, and how he's treating allies of the United States, whether it's Japan or South Korea. The closer to the United States you are, the more brutal and the more ugly the deals that are imposed upon these countries, the more brutal the United States behaves at the negotiating table with these countries. So it's basically vindicated those countries in the global south, and it's not just Iran. It makes people better recognize, why Venezuela is Venezuela, why Venezuela is targeted, why Cuba is targeted, why Syria was targeted, why Yemen was targeted, and why Libya was destroyed. It becomes clearer for many because, in addition to all this, we do have another phenomenon, and that is that Western media, which used to have a global reach, and it used to be a monopoly on the discourse to a large degree across the globe. In other words, countries would get their news from Western media, and they would translate that into their own language, and their own populations would hear the news from a Western perspective, basically. Now that is also changing. Across the world, countries are more skeptical of the West. They see these policies, but also there's the rise of alternative media, not just in the West, but across the global South. Voices like yourself and your guests and other similar voices in different languages. So now people are able to, ordinary people, not just governments, ordinary people too are seeing things differently than before. So the West has not only antagonized so much of the globe, but they've lost the narrative. Their narrative has been defeated. And this is only gaining pace. Look at, a good example is Palestine. The Israeli regime initially had the upper hand after October the 7th for a few months, even though activists were pointing out that this genocidal regime has been carrying out genocide since its inception. and that October the 7th is only a small response to the crimes of the regime against the Palestinian people, still they had they had louder voices, the West, and they produced a narrative that was heard across the world. That gradually changed, but over the past few weeks, I think, especially since we are seeing starving kids, we see a very rapid shift in global public opinion, and even many people in the West who were quiet until now or supportive of the Israeli regime, they're beginning to protest. Most of them are not sincere. They've been with the regime for this whole period, or they were cowardly for this whole period. But because they see how rapidly public opinion is shifting, they don't want to be completely discredited, so they're changing their tone. And that, I think, is all of these things are together. The fact that the United States and the West is antagonizing so many different countries, the fact that the United States is behaving aggressively towards allies, the fact that it's making threats, military threats, the fact that it's sanctioning countries and using tariffs as a weapon, and the fact that we have this alternative media or non-Western media on the rise, all of these are working together. And then you have the genocide taking place in Gaza, the declining Western economy, and the West losing on the battlefield in Ukraine. All of these combined, I think now we're beginning to see them work together to bring about a rapid collapse of the Western narrative.
Isn't that amazing that Steve Witkoff is back to the scene and nobody was talking about him? He just somehow disappeared from the scene. They attacked Russia, then they attacked Iran. 12 days of war. And again, Steve Witkoff coming and trying to contact Iranians, trying to contact Russians to talk with them. And who's going to believe Steve Witkoff anymore?
No sane person is going to believe Witkoff. And this is something I've been seeing online about Iran, and that in Iran, there are lots of people, or let's say politicians or leaders, who are willing to appease the United States and cut a deal with Americans, and that they have some sort of optimism that we can strike a deal with the United States. I don't believe that to be the case. And I think some of our friends online are exaggerating the current administration's statements coming from senior figures in the current administration. In Iran, everyone who is into politics and anyone who has any influence, they are skeptical of the United States, deeply skeptical. No one trusts the United States. In the past, I would argue that a significant segment of the Iranian political elite did, and that led to the 2015 nuclear deal. And I think that optimism was misplaced. And I think time proved that to be correct. But now it is almost universal, a universal belief that we can't do a deal with the United States. It's almost impossible. I'm not saying it's completely impossible. It's very difficult to say that it is utterly impossible, but it's almost impossible to do a deal. When Witkoff, not only did he shift his position, initially he was saying that, yes, enrichment is fine as long as it's at 3.67%. Then he suddenly takes a 180-degree turn, or 360 degrees, as the former German foreign minister would say, a 180-degree turn, and said no enrichment. And then after that, we saw that the United States was actually not negotiating in good faith at all, and it was trying to deceive Iran in order to help the Israeli regime carry out a Nazi-like blitzkrieg attack. And Trump took credit for that, and we saw the ugly tweets or the posts of Trump calling for regime change in Iran, or speaking of regime change, or absolute surrender, or threatening to murder Ayatollah Khamenei. These were posts that Trump did at that time. So when you take that into account, but more importantly, the U.S. aggression against Iran, the fact that the Europeans supported aggression against Iran, and then after all that, the fact that Iran won the war. I heard someone told me yesterday, or I read somewhere yesterday, that the New York Times had a piece where they said Netanyahu, after leading Israel to a victory over Iran, that's nonsense. It's clear that the Iranians defeated the Israeli regime. And the very fact that the Israelis were seeking a ceasefire, the very fact that the Iranians got extra concessions from the United States, the very fact that people like Steve Bannon admitted that Trump saved the Israeli regime, which was taking a beating during the last few days. All of this is clear evidence that the Israelis lost the war. So the Iranians, not only are they skeptical of the United States, but the Iranians are much more confident today in their capabilities. They see that despite the fact that the United States and the Israeli regime and the collective West and regional regimes, remember, air bases, radar installations in Turkey and Qatar and the Emirates and elsewhere were used. The airspace of Jordan was used. The collective West was helping the Israeli regime try to bring down drones and missiles. Despite all of this, Iran had the upper hand. Despite the fact that there was an unprovoked, illegal blitzkrieg attack against the Iranians, where the Iranians took a big hit on day one, they still won. That gave the Iranians enormous confidence. When you are confident, that reflects itself, that is reflected at the negotiating table. Today, the Iranians are going to speak from a position of greater strength than in the past. And we already see that the Iranians have changed the terms. The very fact that the International Atomic Energy Agency has been expelled from the country means that the Iranians have a new card to play with. The West, if they want something from Iran, they're going to have to give more than in the past. This nuclear ambiguity strengthens Iran. And I think that makes the whole assault on Iran carried out by the Israeli regime in the United States another major miscalculation. I mean, they lost the war, but also when it comes to the nuclear program, they strengthened Iran's position. The amount of damage that they did to the Iranian nuclear program, who knows how important it was, how significant it was, especially since these installations are deep underground. But the Iranians have technology, and the Iranians now have shut out the International Atomic Energy Agency. And this is definitely not what the United States and the West were expecting. They were hoping for the collapse of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that itself shows how ignorant they are about the reality on the ground in Iran, and how ignorant they are about the legitimacy of the Islamic Republic of Iran among the people in Iran and increasingly across the world. Right now, Iran is looked as a heroic country alongside Yemen that are standing up against the Holocaust, whereas everyone else is silent, or as in regional countries with Erdogan and with Mohammed bin Zayed and Sisi and Abdullah and King Mohammed of Morocco and others, that they are continuing to do business as usual with the regime. So they've made multiple miscalculations. They've strengthened Iran at home, they've strengthened Iran at the negotiating table, and they've strengthened Iran's soft power capabilities across the region and across the world.
Yeah, we've learned, Professor Marandi, from one of the Iranian officials, and he's not part of the government, but he's part of the system, that it's Safar Harandi. He said that Israelis made a phone call to Russians before the war started. They asked Russia to stop cooperating with Iran because Iran will not exist much longer. Is that the case? Did they really do that? And what can we learn about it, in your opinion?
Well, I think from the attack on Iran, it's clear that they invested heavily in overthrowing Iran and undermining Iran. They gave it their best shot. And they used all of their capabilities. And that is going to be very important in any potential next round of fighting. Because now the Iranians know how the Israeli regime hacked systems. Now they know how they use elements to, inside the country to carry out attacks. Now the Iranians know what all the technologies that the Israeli regime has been using, their missiles, their drones. They know a lot. Iran knows a lot more about what the Israeli regime has, what their potentials are, and they'll be working on how to deal with it. And I'm sure when it comes to these latest technologies that the Israeli regime has used, the Iranians will be sharing their information with the Chinese and with the Russians, who will be very keen on learning about these technologies. We have to remember that what Netanyahu had at his disposal goes far further than anything that Zelensky has. The Americans and the Europeans provide this genocidal regime with everything, anything that they need. But they definitely would never do that for Ukraine. So with regards to the latest technologies that were used, the Iranians will be sharing information and learning how to deal with it. The Iranians will be improving their own capabilities, but also they'll be creating countermeasures to prevent the Israelis from being able to do this again. So they gave it their best shot. They tried their hardest to overthrow Iran. And it seems they really did believe that this would happen. The Israeli regime in Washington, the White House, they thought that it was finished. Whereas if anyone had asked me or you or almost anyone in Iran, what did they think would happen? They would say that it would only create a greater resistance in Iran. It would create greater unity in Iran. It would make Iranians more determined, but also more hostile towards Israel and the West. And even after the Blitzkrieg attack, and before the Iranians rallied and and struck back during those hours where we still hadn't seen an Iranian response, I did not see a single person who expressed fear about the future of Iran. There were only questions as to why Iran is not responding. And of course, people understood that when the commanders were martyred and when the Israelis were hacking systems and using terrorists and so on, that it had caused delays. But when the Iranians responded, when the armed forces began their response, the Iranians celebrated. It was exactly as we would have envisaged. But that just shows how the West is delusional. They believe their own propaganda, just like they believe for the last 3.5 years that the Russians are going to lose in Ukraine. Remember how they were saying that the Russians are running out of missiles. The Russians are tearing apart washing machines to take out the chips for their missiles and drones, and it was all nonsense. But that's the narrative that they want to believe. So these so-called experts, Russia experts, just like the Iran experts, tell them what they want to hear. And since there is no accountability in the West, in this think tank world and in the media, the same people who've been saying this nonsense for the last few decades on Iran, or for the last few years with regards to Russia or China, they're going to continue to talk. They're going to continue to be the so-called experts. And the United States will continue to misread the situation and miscalculate and get things wrong and make things worse for themselves and for their so-called allies. Although I don't think the United States has any allies anymore. They're all just proxies and subservient regimes. The Europeans, it's obvious that they have no clout anymore. And by the way, the Europeans are also becoming unimportant. And this is not linked to your question, but the Europeans have brought this situation upon themselves. They cut off ties with the Russians. Then they refrained from doing a nuclear deal with Iran. They needed Iranian energy 3.5 years ago when things began to go downhill for the Europeans because of the sanctions against the Russians, the sanctions that they themselves imposed, and the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline that was carried out by the Americans. And they refused to acknowledge that it was the Americans, and they still do so. But they needed to deal with Iran. They refrained from doing so because Washington didn't want it. So Europe has been going downhill for the last 3.5 years. Imagine if they had done a nuclear deal with Iran, they could have invested in Iranian oil, in Iranian natural gas, and it would have eased their problems today. And now they're doing a deal with the United States where they will have to import very expensive natural gas, and it will be a monopoly. It will only make things even worse for Europe. And when people across the world see how Europe is in no position to negotiate, India is playing hardball, the Chinese are, the Russians are, the Iranians are, the Brazilians are, but Europe isn't. And that makes them look irrelevant. And in future, no one is going to take them seriously.
It's so amazing that they're talking about the snapback sanctions and they're trying to somehow put pressure on Iran while they know what's going on with the economy, for example, in Germany. And as you mentioned, if they buy oil and gas from the United States, that would hugely influence the German economy, the production of the industry of Germany. And how do you feel that the United States has somehow have these Europeans, or it seems to me that the United States has reached to some sort of agreement with the Europeans to follow their policy in Ukraine, and they somehow get in line with the United States considering Iran. Is that happening in your opinion?
Well, I don't know about Iran. I think that the Europeans have already fallen in line when it comes to Iran for a very long time now. I think they are falling in line on all issues. We see how the EU, when they negotiate with the Chinese, they insult the Chinese. And they've destroyed their relationship with Russia. They've destroyed their relationship with Iran. And if they carry out the snapback, which is a part of the nuclear deal, the 2015 nuclear deal, which was a mistake. I think the Iranians now recognize that they made a mistake in accepting the snapback provisions. But if they carry out the snapback, it will not really have huge impact in Iran, because those sanctions that will be revived at the UN sanctions, they're already being imposed by the Americans through their maximum pressure campaign. But what it will do is that it will make Europe even more irrelevant to Iran, because it's not the Iranians that violated the deal, it was the United States. And then the Europeans, as they behaved in an obedient manner to the United States, they effectively violated the deal, all of the provisions of the nuclear deal, the 2015 deal, whereas the Iranians were abiding by their commitments. Anyone can go and check the statements of the International Atomic Energy Agency at the time when Trump tore up the deal, that Iran was abiding by its commitments, and that even a year later, Iran continued to abide by its commitments. So if the Europeans use the snapback provisions, that basically is telling the Iranians that, look, in future, keep the Europeans out of everything. We don't need them anymore. They're useless. They're not people who you can negotiate with. So it's going to hurt the Europeans far more than it will hurt the Iranians, because, as I said, any sanctions that are revived at the UN Security Council, they're already being imposed on Iran through American maximum pressure sanctions. And the UN Security Council is already losing its significance. We see how North Korea, which has been sanctioned, how the Russians are ignoring the UN resolutions on North Korea. And probably the Chinese are doing the same at a perhaps different levels. So it hurts the West more than it hurts Iran. What the Europeans have done over the past 3.5 years is that they've destroyed their economy, they have destroyed their political credibility, and they've showed themselves as insignificant militarily. Even now, part of the agreement, part of the reason why the Europeans capitulated is because they wanted to keep the Americans in Europe. and they promised to buy American weapons. The Germans and the French are talking about creating a military industry, but I don't think the Americans will let them do that. Trump will force them to purchase American goods. So in the coming years, you're going to have a Europe, which I think will, all they'll have left is tourism, I suppose. They've brought this upon themselves. They created the European Union in order to create greater internal harmony, as the Chinese would put it, but also in order to have a stronger position at any negotiating table, because they would negotiate collectively. Yet when it came to the negotiations with the United States, they capitulated completely.
Isn't that amazing that Donald Trump, every time he's talking about Ukraine, he says that this is Biden's war, it's not mine. But when he came to power, he just literally destroyed the JCPOA. And they said, so how he was somehow capable of just turning up the JCPOA, but he's not able to do anything in Ukraine. Does that make sense to you?
I think we're seeing increasingly Trump as a weak president. And I think a lot of this may have to do with the Epstein case. We're going to see more information gradually come out. And it is going to increase the pressure on Trump. And I think some of Trump's behavior can be interpreted in this context. The world is turning against the Israeli regime. Yet Trump is becoming more supportive of this genocide openly. So he denied that there's a genocide. He's supporting the Israeli regime. Yesterday, we saw that the Israeli regime has decided that they want to take the Gaza Strip, and obviously the Witkoff is in occupied Palestine, so he obviously was informed and was a part of this decision, most probably. So we see that Trump is taking a harder position, and when it comes to Ukraine, he's increasingly becoming more like Biden. So I think part of this is the fact that he's the issue of Epstein is causing him difficulties. I don't know if it's personal blackmail or it's others around him or highly influential people who he depends on that are in trouble. But I think this is probably part of it. But a part of it is also the fact that he's been captured by the neocons. He's a very ignorant person. He knows very little. Apparently, he watches a lot of Fox News. He doesn't comprehend the complexities of what's going on in our region, in Eastern Europe, and across the world. And I think all of this combined is making him look weak. He's changed completely from. I mean, remember on day one when he came to power, he had brought about a ceasefire in Gaza, and he was talking about ending the war in Ukraine. And of course, in order to do so, it was assumed that he would address Russia's concerns. Swiftly, he tore up the ceasefire himself. Then we saw gradually him become increasingly similar to Biden. So nothing has changed. The United States under Trump today is probably worse than it was under Biden. And he is becoming increasingly, his posts, whether it's with regards to international issues or issues at home, his posts are looking increasingly strange. And it seems like he's not very normal. I mean, he never was, I think, normal, But I think now it's becoming increasingly clear that something is wrong with Trump.
Exactly. I think everybody can say that, as we saw what is happening with him. But Professor Marandi, we know that we've learned about the formation of the Supreme Defense Council in Iran, which I would assume is one of the outcomes of what has happened between Iran and Israel. So what does that mean? What's the meaning of this council? Is that related to the Security Council? Is it something different? What can we learn about it?
Yes, it will be under the Supreme National Security Council, which we have. And this council will focus on Iran's security needs. And it's a smaller body, so it will be more focused. And by the way, we're going to have a new head of the Supreme National Security Council.
They have the autonomy. They have the autonomy to somehow, some sort. They make decisions on their part.
Yes, Dr. Larijani, who in the past was the head of the Supreme National Security Council, and he was also the Speaker of Parliament for 3 terms. He is going to, I think it will be announced in a few days or shortly, that he is going to be the head of the Supreme National Security Council. And this council for defense is going to be a body under the authority of the Supreme National Security
Council. Okay. So we know that before, I want to talk about Gaza and the situation in Gaza, but before going there, we know that they're trying to do everything in Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah. The pressure is unbelievable in Lebanon. And we've seen people are coming out, supporters of Hezbollah and people of Lebanon are coming out against these sort of policies on the part of the government, the foreign pressure coming from the United States, basically. And how do you see the situation with a case of disarmament of Hezbollah?
Well, it's very sad that and sometimes some of my Turkish friends tell me that you're very harsh towards Erdogan, but it's difficult not to be harsh to someone who refuses. It's impossible not to be harsh for me to be not to be harsh to someone who refuses to cut off ties with the Israeli regime after 2 years of Holocaust. Erdogan has collaborated with NATO, the United States, in destroying Syria. He's more responsible than anyone else for the hundreds of thousands of deaths and bringing ISIS and Al-Qaeda to power. And we know that these were tools of the United States. We know that the Israeli regime was cooperating with these groups. There's no hiding these facts anymore. Those who supported this so-called revolution, they were delusional. They were fooling themselves. And all the things that we were predicting back then, all of that has happened. All the predictions were correct. You have these extremists that are tearing the country apart, exactly as the Israeli regime wants. They're carrying out genocidal policies against everyone across the country, and they're pushing the country towards disintegration and they're balkanizing the country. That's basically it. And that was the objective all along. And those who were foolish enough to support these policies, they're now seeing, and if they're still closing their eyes, they're going to see this continue. Hopefully, the tide will turn. Well, when it comes to these countries, Qatar and Turkey and others who are funding these ISIS and Al-Qaeda groups, among others, they're not doing anything for Gaza. They're not providing them with any military support. They're carrying out business as usual with the Israeli regime, with the United States, and with the West. In Lebanon, it's the Saudis. The Saudis are collaborating with the Americans and, of course, the Israelis to try to undermine Hezbollah and the resistance. And we know that if there's no resistance in Lebanon, the state is not going to protect the people. We know that. So what they are doing is they're, out of spite and hatred for the resistance. They are making Lebanon vulnerable, but they're buying off politicians. They bought many of these politicians already bought off these pro-Western politicians and the fascists like the Lebanese forces. They're all working together to undermine the resistance. So sadly, not only are important countries in the region, their leaders, not helping the resistance and the Palestinian people, they've been working to undermine them. When the Americans were bombing Yemen, Yemen was imposing the genocide, the genocide convention. When the Americans were bombing Yemen, the Qataris, their bases and their facilities and their airspace and their land was being used by the Americans. So yes, right now the situation in Lebanon is very difficult, but Hezbollah is not going to disarm. And what the president of Lebanon is going to do under duress or wants to do is only going to lead the country towards greater danger. And we have to keep in mind that Lebanon, the majority of the people, according to polls, according to the recent local elections, they are with the resistance. But the Americans are trying to impose, and the Saudis, they're impose their will, and the Israelis impose their will on the Lebanese people. Hopefully, this will, there will be a solution, and they will come to their senses because the resistance cannot afford to give up their arms. But this is the sad state of affairs, that the axis of resistance is not only confronting the Israeli regime, it's not only confronting the collective West, but its work is being disrupted, and its effectiveness is being weakened by regional partners of the West.
I don't know if you watched the interviews of the U.S. Green Beret Colonel Angular, and he was picturing the situation in Gaza. He did various interviews in which he was trying to show us, all of us, what's going on in Gaza. He said that they have reduced the centers, the 8 centers, from 400 to 4. And these 4 centers are in the middle of war zone. They're bringing people in the war zone. They're killing people coming and coming in and getting out of the zone. And in your opinion, how when we learn about the reality of what's going on in Gaza, it's not about Hezbollah, it's not about Iran, it's just someone that was somehow cooperating with GHF and this organization that is collaborating with Israelis, IDF, and he said that these organizations are simply bringing these people to kill them, mostly killing them, but not feeding them. And what's your take on that? And how is that going to change the atmosphere? How is that going to change the public opinion somehow? I don't know if can we be optimistic about the outcome of the reality of Gaza and these people who are talking about the situation there?
As we discussed earlier, the situation is changing very rapidly, and things have been going downhill for the Israeli regime and its allies and its apologists for a long time now. But ever since we've been seeing images of starving children and starving adults coming out of Gaza, despite the silence of Western media, and despite the fact that Western media has been lying and saying that these are manipulated, and they've been trying to, they're basically Holocaust deniers. But the only difference is that they're denying the Holocaust as the Holocaust is happening. They are as sinister and as evil, whether it's the Wall Street Journal or the BBC or any other outlet or the CNN. When they promote these narratives, they are just as evil as Netanyahu himself. But the narrative is changing very rapidly, and people are speaking up, and people's eyes are being opened, and we see public opinion has shifted tremendously against the Israeli regime in the West. And I believe that probably the polls are somewhat manipulated in the West too. I think it's probably even worse than what the polls in the West and in the United States in particular are saying. So it's, and the more the West tries to hide this, the more they become discredited. And it's clear that it's taking a toll in the West. The fact that Western governments are talking about recognizing Palestine, even though it's all cynical and it's just deception. It's basically trying to silence people, protesters at home, and to make it seem as if they're taking action, which they're not. There are no sanctions imposed on the Israeli regime. They're providing them with aid, with weapons, with political cover. Just a couple of weeks ago, they sanctioned Iran again for, I don't know, human rights or something. A number of people. They don't do that to Israel as the Holocaust is being carried. So it's they are buying time, but the very fact that they do have to take these measures, they have to say that we may recognize Palestine. They didn't say they will, but they say we may recognize Palestine on a piece of paper, which is not going to change anything on the ground. But that is a sign that things are not going well. That is a sign that things are going very badly. And people are increasingly using the term not just genocide, but Holocaust. And that, I think, is big. That has delegitimized the regime and its apologists. And remember, 10 years from now, people are going to go back and see who said what about what is going on in Palestine and when. The children of these television presenters and these pundits and the grandchildren are going to remember them as those who helped enable a Holocaust. Once I said this to just recently, I think I've caught a cold. Just recently, I said this to what's his name, the gentleman who has been on his show a few times in the UK,
Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan. I said you're a genocide enabler, which he has been over the last. He continued to promote lies about October the 7th. Just yesterday, or hours ago, when they asked Trump about genocide in Gaza, he went and spoke about October the 7th. According to some estimates, well over 400,000 people have died. Remember, the deaths that have been announced by the Palestinian Ministry of Health, those are just the bodies that have been buried. The thousands and many thousands of bodies that are missing or buried. And the many thousands of people are dying of starvation or malnutrition or illness that was preventable. And the countless number of people who were injured and later died. So many people have died indirectly as a result of this war. And the hundreds of thousands who were maimed, who've lost their limbs or their eyes or their faces have been blown apart. This is a Holocaust. And those who were trying to push this October the 7th narrative, they are all a part of this Holocaust. They are all enablers. And and even the whole October the 7th hoax, about beheaded babies and the alleged rapes, all of that nonsense. They've never provided evidence of this, but they did that to help the Israeli regime carry out the genocide in the Holocaust, and they still try to do it, as we saw with Trump. So these people are going to pay a heavy price for what they're doing. But the very fact that increasingly mainstream voices, are turning against the Israeli regime and against this Holocaust and against Western elites that support it, I think this is a very important sign. And it only means that the supporters of the Palestinians have to push much harder. It's not the time to be complacent. Everyone has to double their efforts for the Palestinian people. They have to put pressure on their governments to cut off ties with the regime. They have to put pressure, whether in our neighborhood, in our region, or elsewhere, or abroad. And they have to continue working hard to wake up those increasingly, the smaller number of people now who are still asleep. They have to do what they can to wake them up too.
Thank you so much, Professor Morandi. Great pleasure as always.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Sorry, I think I've caught a cold, so I hope I was coherent.
You were.
August deadline to where Trump is going to make a decision whether he's going to impose additional tariffs on Russia, secondary sanctions on a lot of other partners to try and compel Russia to go against their own interest with an unconditional ceasefire. The odds were pretty low against that, but the way things are shaking out today, those odds just about fell off the table, and they don't even hardly exist. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we got to this position here and what the two sides, and we're talking primarily about Russia and the United States, Trump and Putin, what they have been saying for more than a year, and what that may tell us about what's going to happen on Friday and toward the end of the war. And to do that, we have one of our favorite guests, Larry Johnson, former CIA analyst, and of course, of Larry the Shirt Johnson fame, as well as his own Sonar21.com, where he always has lots of great stuff on there as well. Larry, as always, welcome back.
Always a pleasure and privilege, Danny.
And it really is. I always look forward to these every week. We always have some great guests on here, but this has kind of become one of our favorites. But as we were chatting just briefly before coming on air, it's kind of a weird day, and that's saying a lot because in the Trump world of Trump World 2 since January 20th, that's been kind of the norm. And for this to be considered weird on top of that weird, I don't know, man. But well, let's just start off because first of all, Witkoff, met for 3 hours with Putin today. So obviously some substantive conversations were going on. So it wasn't just a kind of a short deal like some of the other meetings related to all this have gone on.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Roscoe for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary in life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Family salute. He says, salute King, you be on it. You definitely right. Appreciate you helping me keep the lights on in the House of Revolution. Salute. Revolution is a way of life. We got to have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And there was initially a readout coming from the Russian side, which was fairly optimistic, I think, is Yushakov, who was part of the meetings. He said, now the situation is such that our president has complete information. That is our signals from President Trump. And Trump has not yet been informed about the results of this meeting. Therefore, I would refrain from making more detailed comments. We'll see when Witkoff can report back to Trump today. After that, obviously, we'll be able to supplement my comments with something more substantial. Some of the other comments coming out of Russia at the time were dialogue will prevail, and they thought there was going to be some positive comments, but it hasn't worked out that way since because, and in fact, let me talk about that one right there. This is Sergei Markov, who is a pro-Russian analyst, but also very connected and informed. He wrote this morning after the meeting, he said, what did Putin and Witkoff discuss? Trump's concessions. After all, an air truce would be a huge concession on the part of Russia. More on that in just a second, because Russia makes air attacks an order of magnitude stronger than Ukraine. Therefore, there should be concessions to Russia from the other side, the Ukraine regime, Europe, Trump. That is what is being discussed now. Zelensky and Europe do not want to make any concessions. More on that later, too. Trump, therefore, must concede. That is to lift sanctions against Russia. This is what Putin and Witkoff discussed for 3 hours. Then, 3 hours after posting that, Markov came back and it's kind of like, whoa, hang on. Trump just imposed sanctions, 25% tariffs against India for the purchase of Russian oil. not 100%. He noted not 100%, which is completely unreasonable, but a reasonable 25%. I guess that depends on whose perspective you're looking at, whether it's reasonable or not. This is Trump's slap in the face to India. The likelihood that India will bend to Trump is minimal. I would say non-existent. Russia will not do anything under pressure. Trump's decree will begin to work in only 21 days. So Trump actually has time to give both Russia and India wiggle room to figure something out. And Trump's behavior is becoming more and more clearly anti-Russian. Trump is turning into Biden. Ouch. That last comment there is one of the worst one there. But first of all, what do you make of this whirlwind? Because it looks like that, and then this could be expected, Larry, because I think that, I mean, Russia has been as consistent as you can get on what their positions are. So they said that they're happy to receive Witkoff before this.
Sure.
But the expectation was that they were going to do exactly what Markov suggested there. How do you see it?
Russia is clearly not trying to provoke a confrontation with the United States. They are remaining calm, polite, even a little bit, lighthearted, as you could see in the greeting when Putin met with Witkoff. He didn't, he could have given him an icy stare. He could have refused to shake hands. But, oh, hey, Steve, good to see you, buddy. Getting a lot of frequent flyer miles in there, aren't you? Sort of that kind of thing. But I think once the doors are shut, Putin will again patiently explain to Witkoff what the lay of the land is, remind him that the United States has been taking very provocative actions that threaten a nuclear war, up to and including the fact that Trump has allowed the B-61-12 gravity bomb, which is a nuclear bomb that can be dropped by the F-35. It is allowed that not only in Lakenfield, England, but at least 6 other bases throughout Europe. And this marks the first reintroduction of U.S. nuclear weapons into Europe since 2008. So I'm sure that came up, and then the issue of despite the nice pleasant back and forth, Putin can't point to anything tangible that the United States has done to improve relations with Russia. Still hasn't named an ambassador. Still hasn't returned the consulates that are allowed Russian consulates in the United States to be reopened. In fact, restrict what places a U.S. citizen can go get a visa to go to Russia, as I know full well.
Firsthand, yeah.
That they haven't returned the property that was seized under Obama. They haven't freed the assets that were seized, and they continue to provide weapons and intelligence to Ukraine. So, Putin, I think Putin probably again politely reminded him, so we've got to see some tangible movement on your part, because Putin's in the driver's seat, despite all this, claims in the West that he's running into trouble. He's not. The pace of military advance by the Russian forces, it's like accelerating every day, every week. It's going faster and faster, and at this pace, it's going to break at some point. In fact, the Russian General Staff reportedly told Putin that they anticipate 2 to 3 months max. They're going to completely break the defensive line of Ukraine, which I don't think is. If that report's accurate, I wouldn't surprise me, because that it appears to be what we're seeing.
Yeah, I was going to say that's. I mean, just without hearing anybody's statement, I've been surprised it hasn't happened yet. But you do see the pace, especially around Pokrovsk, Konstantinivka, even up in the Kupiansk area, where now they're actually into the city itself in the north. So things just seem to be falling apart at a rapid pace. I said when I read that Markov statement a minute ago about the air war concession that Russia apparently, according to Markov the day before, he said that Russia is considering giving Trump a partial victory by saying, "Hey, we would concede to an air ceasefire. No more drone and missile attacks for some period of time while we work on other parts of the negotiation, because apparently that's one that would be both beneficial to Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine has had some success in recent days, striking some really important targets inside of Russia and hitting them with drones, oil infrastructure, etc. Russia has returned the favor overnight. In fact, hit some really big ones in the Odessa area. So they said we might willing to consider that if it was going to prevent this slapping on of sanctions on Friday. That's what apparently was also discussed in there. But now then one wonders, is that already being turned on its head by this issue with India? Yeah. Because there was threats that was going to be put on India on Friday, along with Brazil and China and some others, if Russia hadn't agreed to this deal. So this meeting today was supposed to be the last chance, I guess, to avoid that. But then now, hours after that meeting, maybe not even full hours, Trump announces that there's going to be a 25% additional tariff levied on India. India was not happy with that. In fact, they immediately responded. This is the official statement from the government of India. The United States has in recent days targeted India's oil imports from Russia. We have already made clear our position on these issues, including the fact that our imports are based on market factors and done with the overall objective of ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion people of India. It is therefore extremely unfortunate that the U.S. should choose to impose additional tariffs on India for actions that several other countries are also taking in their own national interests. We reiterate that these actions are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interest. Additional information has come out just today from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where they're really upset about this. And the ministry called out the EU and the US, saying it is revealing that the very nations criticizing India are themselves indulging in trade with Russia. Unlike our case, our trade is not even such trade is not even a vital national compulsion for them. The EU's, and this is part of the story here from CNBC, the EU's bilateral trade with Russia stood at 67.5 billion euros in 2024, and its service sector in 2023 was 17.2 billion euros. Yet, I haven't seen any indication that Trump is going to bring any kind of sanctions on Europe. And that was one of the things we talked about when Trump first made this threat on the 50-day and then the 10-day, is because, wait a minute, there's other nations that are bidding in Europe, and are you going to put tariffs on them? So how can Trump, I don't even know if you say thread this needle, how can he put this big impact, these sanctions on top of the 25% that's already there, and that's not even been worked out yet, and then not do anything to the Europeans?
He's doing what I call kabuki theater performance art. Instead of stripping naked and having a suit painted on him to make it look like he's wearing clothes, he's doing this kind of stuff. Because look with India. India is a sole source of some critical pharmaceuticals and vitamins, supplements in the United States that we don't have an alternative for. India said, fine, okay, you do that. Sorry, there's a problem with the supply chain. You're going to be cut off. The same, in the same way that China said, oh, okay, those rare earth minerals, those processed rare earth minerals, you're not getting those magnets, you're not getting those. Trump backed off. He abandoned, pushed it back. Oh, we'll wait another 90 days, 3 months. This is unnecessarily picking a fight. And again, this is one more illustration. If he's serious about reaching an accommodation with Russia to really bring it into the war, then don't go punishing Russia's partners. But Trump's doing the exact opposite. And I think this has more to do with the growing realization on the part of Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, and others around Trump about how important BRICS is, because it is genuinely creating an alternative financial market. So some of the tariffs that were imposed, particularly on Brazil, like coffee, for example. Well, Brazil turned around and said, okay, fine. They just cut a new coffee deal with China. China said, oh, we'll buy your coffee. And so here's the United States said, okay, we'll go for Honduras or Colombian coffee, I guess. But it is a reminder that Trump and his team, they're not thinking strategically at all. They are very much in reactive mode. So Witkoff's going to come back and say, yeah, this is what Putin said. But Trump, instead of waiting to hear from Witkoff before taking these actions against India, moved it up a day. It's insane. So that's what I say. I really think there's something mentally.
Revolutionary salute to my family, Roscoe, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Appreciate the love, family. Say, King, correct me if I'm wrong, but this has to be an agenda of the small hats because Trump didn't have this type of energy for Russia in 2006. This is absolutely agenda. Appreciate the donation to the war chest. Absolutely agenda. It has everything to do with the Epstein files and has everything to do with the small hats want to destroy Russia. Russia is the main problem that they've been having to go back to why they seized France and attacked through Napoleon and was defeated. And the same thing with Hitler. That was all a play and a ploy. They was in on it with the Germans to attack. And that's why right now in your lifetime, the Nazis and the small hats, they're a unit, they're a team, and they're going after Russia. And Trump is extremely compromised.
Well, and that's kind of what I was kind of getting towards, I guess, is because I mean he went from 50 days to 10 days, and then now before the expiration of that, which by his own determination was Friday, now then he's done it today. So what? Probably a silly question to ask, but why would he do it today instead of on Friday?
Well, then Friday he may be, like an Alzheimer's patient. He'll say, "Okay, let's do this." And say, "Well, excuse me, Mr. President, you already did it." "Oh, I did? When did I do that?" So, or he'll reverse it. It is again, I don't understand the logic of deliberately antagonizing other countries that you want at some point to cooperate with you and work with you. Instead, what is happening, and we've seen it in Brazil. It has. If you would have asked me a year ago, I would have said Brazil was the weak sister in BRICS, the one that could most easily be peeled off from BRICS to work with the United States. Today, no, just the opposite. This is because they are enraged, furious at this bullying behavior by Trump. But it reminds them of U.S. imperialism across the board. And so now they're going out of their way to seek deals with other countries and make sure they don't deal with dollars. And maybe this is why Trump's team is thinking that they can bully their way through this and coerce everybody. You're going to play by our rules, but I think it's having just the opposite effect.
Yeah, it does, and that's why I don't think, in not in any jest, that it is time to consider: is there something mentally off about President Trump? I mean, some of his actions are just they defy any explanation because they're so erratic. And just kind of all over the map and don't seem to be tied to anything, even by Trump's standards.
Right.
I was looking back at some of the things on an unrelated topic yesterday about Trump from his first term, and it's a stark comparison between him and his mental agility from Trump 1 to the current Trump so far.
Yeah.
And I think people should be paying attention to that.
Well, there's a term, confabulation. Confabulation means when somebody's telling you a lie, but they genuinely believe it is true. And we've seen actually Trump engaged with a number, and confabulation is associated with early onset dementia. So, what's an example? Trump, "Oh, yeah, I told Xi and Putin that I was going to bomb the hell out of their cities if they," and he said that last year when he hadn't even had any conversation with them. So he was confabulating because I genuinely believe he thought that was true.
And what is that also? And maybe it's not the confabulation, but his a couple of days ago, to where he's emphatically saying, "I brought down the price of prescription drugs 1,000%, 1,500%, 600%. Obviously, that doesn't even exist. You can't do that. But he said it more than one occasion and with emphasis. What do you make of that?
Yeah. No, I think again, it's one more symptom of this disease, if you will, or his claim. Hey, man, I've settled 6 wars. I brought peace into 6 different wars. And the Indians and Pakistanis are going, what? You weren't even at the table. The same with what was the other one? Serbia, he brought up, or Egypt and Ethiopia, and everyone's going, what are they doing? Is there a problem? So, but I don't think he's lying in terms of he knows that what he's saying is not true. In his mind, it is true. And
well, all right. Well, let's take a look at that, because I'm going to get kind of a running start of how we got to the Witkoff meeting today, and we're going to look at the shifting positions of Donald Trump and the anchored positions on the Russian side. So first of all, let's start with Trump. This is Trump with I think it was Cheryl. No, not Cheryl Atkinson. That's coming later. This is Trump with the British media in 2023 talking about what he was going to do with the Russia-Ukraine war.
If I were president, and I say this, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours. I know Zelensky well. I know Putin well. I would get that ended in a period of 24.
You can break that deal.
100%. It would be easy. That deal would be easy. A lot of it has to do with the money. A lot of it has to do with the military, that we're giving. But I would get that deal done within 24 hours. That war has to be stopped. That war is a disaster.
So 24 hours came and went. Nothing happened. 100 days came and went. And Cheryl Atkinson asked Trump, hey, you said this before the election. What gives now?
As a candidate, you said you would have this war settled in 24 hours.
Well, I was being a little bit sarcastic when I said that. I would. What I really mean is I'd like to get it settled. And I think I'll be successful.
What's the plan if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire?
Bad news for this world because so many people are dying. But I think he's going to agree. I really do. I think I know him pretty well, and I think he's going to agree.
Okay, that whole sarcasm thing, that's why I put that particular video from 2023. There was no sarcasm whatsoever in there. He was very specific about why he was going to be able to get it done, and now he hasn't gotten it done. And then when she pressed him on what would happen if there's no ceasefire, and there hasn't been, and I don't see any chance there's going to be one, he has no answer. And now I think that's why you have all these tariffs getting ready to go, because it's something. I mean, how do you read that?
Yeah, he thought he could do it through power of personality, with his personal relationship. They like me, they'll do what I want. I mean, he doesn't understand that Russia's got very clear, they've made their position quite explicit since June of 2024, when Putin went before the foreign ministry in Russia, spoke to the senior leaders, to Lavrov, Rybakov, and others, and said, here's our position. And it's pretty simple, because they keep talking about the root causes. Ultimately, NATO has to go away from Russia's borders. That's number one. And to that end, the territory that Russia now occupies and that have voted to be part of Russia, the 4 oblasts, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk, and Kherson, that they are recognized internationally and accepted as part of Russia. That NATO gets completely out of Ukraine. And that means an end to all U.S. and NATO military support for Ukraine. That there are new elections in Ukraine. So, and Putin's not now, there's nothing that Witkoff can say or offer him where Putin would say, oh, okay, we'll forget about those things we put on the table. No, their demands going forward are going to become more expansive. They're not going to contract. Because right now they've got boots on the ground, and they've captured territory in Dnipropetrovsk. They will then claim that. So this is because Putin said, wherever we got boots on the ground, that territory is ours. I don't think that's just a negotiating position on his part. I think he's just dead serious. But from Russia's standpoint, what they're seeing take place in the West is growing belligerence and intangible actions that point to a nuclear war with Russia. They can't pretend that that's not happening. This the fact that when Trump redeployed those the B-61-12 gravity bombs throughout Europe, and just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, that we'd withdrawn those in 2008 or other nuclear weapons. Now we're actually moving nuclear weapons back to Europe. The Russians can't sit there and go, "Oh, that's no big deal." Are you kidding? This is a huge deal. But again, I'm struck with the demeanor of Putin with Witkoff. It was not angry. It was friendly. It was open. But I'm sure once they're behind closed doors, he's be very direct with him and not going to mince words.
Well, and you mentioned the June 2024 statement by Putin, and I want to show that here because that's also part of the pattern of the unchanging side on the Russian position. Here is where Putin said that his terms for an end of the war.
The essence of our proposal is not some kind of temporary truce or suspension of fire, as, for example, the West wants. This is not about freezing the conflict, but about its final completion. And I will say again, as soon as Kiev agrees to a similar course of events proposed today, agrees to the complete withdrawal of its troops from the DPR and LPR in the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions, and really begins this process, we are ready to begin negotiations without delaying them. I repeat, this is our principled position. Neutral, non-aligned, nuclear-free status of Ukraine, its demilitarization and denazification.
So those are some pretty high standards, which, of course, no one in the West even considered for a second. But I just got to ask, man, how many hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian men who were alive on the day he said that aren't today? And how many more may be in the future if we continue to ignore those?
I think you're looking at a minimum of 500,000 casualties since that day, which is an enormous loss. Right now, Russia is reporting 1,200 casualties on the Ukrainian side every day, minimum of 1,200, sometimes in excess of 2,000. Well, just you do the math. If it's just 1,200, 365 days a year, you're up around 400,000. So it is the key is that there's nothing that Ukraine can now do militarily that can change the course of the events of the war. They don't have a magical number of people that they can suddenly muster up. Even if they are able to recruit 200,000 people in a month, where are you going to train them? Because Russia's already demonstrated they can hit any training facility in Ukraine anytime they want. The weapon supply, Ukraine can't produce what it needs, and neither can the United States or Europe. Right. And I mean, we're not just talking one class of weapon; we're talking across the board.
Mark Rutte himself quantified that maybe 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he said that Russia is producing the same, or actually, he said more in 3 months than all of the West combined in a year. Of the key ammunition categories. And I mean, that, as you've said many times, it's years to ramp that up once a decision has been made and resources found, and none of those things have happened yet. So that is just a status quo situation, which will continue to deteriorate on the Ukraine side. And yet we don't take the logical, rational action. So that was what Putin said in June of 2024. This is what he said in March of this year.
We agree with the propositions to stop hostilities, but we proceed from the fact that such ceasefire should be such that would lead to a permanent peace and remove the original causes of the crisis.
So there's virtually the same thing he said. The occasion on that was when Trump first said, "I want a 30-day unconditional ceasefire," and Putin said, "I mean, we'll talk about it, I guess, but there has to be some pretty big conditions on it." But he always circles back around to the same conditions he said, and those were repeated in the July 3rd phone call between Putin and Trump. He didn't change any of them, just clarified them, and so I can't imagine that the conversation just hours ago between Witkoff and Putin were probably another recitation of the same statement. What do you think?
No, exactly. If Putin backed away from that, if he said, "Okay, yeah, we'll forget about denazification, we'll forget about demilitarization," I think he would be removed from office through a military coup. Because general staff is certainly not going to, they're not going to put up with that for a minute. They've been, what people don't understand, and I know that Andrei Martyanov has been pretty good about trying to explain this to people. The difference between a special military operation and war is how society is mobilized to attack and to respond to the threat. Right now, Russian society is not mobilized for war. The industrial sector has been received a higher priority, but they've stayed sort of quite level, normal life as always. If Russia shifted into a war footing, that means there would be a clampdown on news media. There would be a definite probably 2 million reserves would immediately be called up. There would be conscription. They would go all out. Now, one of the interesting things is it was just last week that Putin announced, "Hey, the Oreshnik is now in full production," which means they've got more than just one waiting behind, and that gives them a new option in between having to use a nuke or just plain conventional force.
Do you have any sense at all? I mean, it's obviously not something they're going to publicly announce, but do you have any sense at all how many production Oreshniks they can produce in any month, and what is their current stockpile?
That I don't know. I'd just be guessing, but I would think it would certainly. I think they're capable of building 3 or 4 per month. And so since it's, we're going on 10 months, so probably they would have 40 somewhere in that vicinity, maybe more. But what it demonstrated it was capable of, and the fact that the West has zero defense against it, it puts them in the driver's seat. They can threaten something now that the West can't. The West only answer would be a nuke. And as Dmitry Medvedev tried to remind Trump, the Russians do have this thing called the dead hand. Even if you decapitate us, even if you hit us with the first strike and there's nobody left alive in Moscow, we've still got this fail-safe system that will launch everything we have at you, and you too will cease to exist. So, and the Russians don't want to go down that road. But what Putin said, the root cause of this is the expansion of NATO to the east. And even though Ukraine is not an official member of NATO, where they have to pay a certain amount, they're 5%, and that they have Article 5 protection because they're a signatory, nonetheless, that the West has treated Ukraine as a de facto member of NATO since 1997, which includes the fact that they used the Ukrainian military base Yavoriv, which is in western Ukraine near the Polish border. That's been a de facto NATO headquarters. And NATO actually, just at the start of the special military operation, you could still go online and see, NATO flags and banners and U.S. flag at Yavoriv. They were quite proud of it. Now, they try to, cover that up, hide and pretend that that's not there. So you've got that activity, and then on top of it, NATO, when it does annual military exercises, Ukraine has been the site of more NATO and U.S. Military exercises than all of the other members of NATO except for 6. Think of that. So the 24 plus members of NATO have not had as many military exercises where troops come into your country and they carry out a variety of tasks. That's Ukraine, and that's what Russia said. Okay, this is going to stop. You're going to stop providing NATO training to these people. You're going to stop bringing your NATO personnel in. You're going to get the hell out. They say it lightly.
Well, yeah, and now then we see what we see going on the ground. I mean, with the tactical situation continue to deteriorate, as you've talked about, but we also see some deterioration on the Western side on the diplomatic and political fronts, because one of Trump's biggest supporters from before the election and was really enthusiastic afterwards was Viktor Orban, and he has continued to sing Trump's praises, but today he's saying something that's a little bit different.
Én azt gondoltam, hogy az amerikai elnök elég erős lesz ahhoz, hogy belekaroljon, ha tetszik ezt nekik, hanem az európai vezetőkbe, és akkor ugyanazt a polkárt kell járni mindenkinek. De nem volt hozzá elég erős. Tehát a problémát nem az oroszoknál, meg az ukránoknál látom, mert ott az eddig is így volt, hanem hogy az amerikai elnök nem elég erős ahhoz, hogy a maga oldalán állítsa az európai vezetőket. És ezért bekövetkezett egy, mondjuk úgy, hogy transatlanti hasadás. Az amerikaiak a béke, vagy ha nincs béke, akkor itt hagyunk benneteket álláspontjára helyezkedtek. Az európai vezetők meg arra, hogy meg akarják nyerni a háborút Oroszország ellen, Ukrajna területén. Ez a céljuk. És ezt ki is mondják nyíltan, amikor miniszterelnöki csúcs van. Le kell győzni az oroszokat Ukrajna területén. És ezt a szándékukat az amerikai nem tudta megváltoztatni egyelőre. Itt vagyok.
So that's pretty bold for him to say, Trump's just not strong enough. How do you interpret that statement there? Because that's the first one I've seen where he's pretty much called Trump straight out.
Yeah, he was, and his message was he thought that Trump was going to be able to corral the Europeans, and to said, okay, yeah, we're gonna bring an end to this. Instead, he says he's acknowledging that Trump is completely ineffectual or ineffective in getting Germans, French, and UK to back off of the rhetoric and stop with their threats. Now, that does run a little get counter narrative to the perception that, when Trump was in Scotland, Starmer was coming up to kiss his ring, von der Leyen was coming up to kiss his ring, that they're all genuflecting to Donald Trump. But I guess, to me, it's not clear that Trump has actually made a demand of Europe with respect to Ukraine, other than saying, hey, we're not going to pay for it anymore. You want to do it, you pay, you buy the weapons from us, and then you can give them to Ukraine. So it's just a financial deal for him. So
I think the most he got out of that Scotland visit was more business for his personal golf course than any kind of thing and benefit for the United States. Right. Or a change on the other side. And I think a lot of this genuflecting and ring kissing and all that kind of stuff is just the Western leaders figuring out they know how to manipulate Trump to do what they want. So they'll make it look like they're kowtowing to him. But then you look at the policies, and I mean, we got to go back to what that Sergei Markov said just a couple of hours ago on Telegram. Trump is becoming Biden because he didn't end anything, and now he just seems to be going down the same path that Biden did, both with sanctions, giving stuff to Ukraine, talking about increasing more aid. I mean, can you argue with that?
No. And we'll find out supposedly at 4:30 today. Trump is supposed to provide a speech. And I'm presuming by then he will have been on the phone with Witkoff. He would have got fully briefed on what was said. And then they will come up with a response. But what is so odd is that instead of him adhering even to his Friday deadline, he bumped it up 2 days. And we've not seen any comment out of the White House indicating some conciliation, some willing to accommodate Russia's demands. But Trump is surrounded with all of these neocons and people like Jack Keane and General Kellogg, that think all we have to do is we just, we'll put those submarines out there. That'll scare Putin. It's like,
yeah, that's we did actually have we showed Jack Keene's comments on that very thing, claiming that was going to be some impetus for pucker factor going up for Putin, and the Russians just said there's submarines in the water every day, so I don't really know what this means. It sure isn't scaring us into anything.
Yeah, it is. All Trump is doing with this behavior is reinforcing the views of the hardliners in the Kremlin, because Russia's not a monolith. There are some real hardliners with people like Medvedev that don't want to give the United States the benefit of the doubt at all. And all of this does is it gives them more ammunition to make their case. And it actually, I think, narrows Putin's options for trying to find really a diplomatic or peaceful solution to this. So I think it's tipping towards more dangerous, not less dangerous.
And you know what? Let me actually just show real quick here on the screen. You mentioned the tactical situation here a minute ago. Just look, we've been covering this about every 2 or 3 days, and you see that now there is a firm Russian position all the way into the heart of the city of Pokrovsk, and then up here on the supply route up around Rodinska. Russia has also now made nearly up into the outskirts of here. They have expanded the gray zone up north of this route here. So now then this route here is under full fire control. And then you swing over here to the Konstantinivka side, and there's been additional area turned from the gray zone now into full Russian control here. And then when you come over into the northern part, there's been additional expansions here. So Konstantinivka is becoming, more and more troubled. I could do the same thing on the Kupiansk area. But then when you take a look at the manpower issue, you have this report from Ukraine just a couple of days ago that says there's an alarm. Now, they have a lower casualty rate that they claim. They say Ukraine's military is suffering daily casualties of 300 dead and 750 injured, and about 500 deserters every single day. This Maria Berlinska said she was concerned that the Russian forces could be in Kiev by winter if we don't change something. And there's been others who have made that same warning, Ukraine people who have made that same warning. So if there's this idea that, well, I'll just try this issue of more sanctions, and even though by Trump's own admission, even he said this a couple of days ago, probably won't make any difference, probably won't force Russia to change anything, but we'll see. Well, here's the problem. The clock is ticking. You mentioned at the outset that there is commentary that reports that the Russian general staff thinks that the Ukraine army could collapse within 3 months. That's mirrored by this one here, 3 to 4 months before there could be a break. And you can't just keep going the status quo. If Trump doesn't take provocative or proactive measures to bring the war to an end under even the ugly conditions that Putin laid out earlier this year, then the specter is then you'll just get a military victory by the Russians outright, and they'll simply be terms of surrender. How do you see that playing out?
Well, note in her casualty figures, they're almost matched what the Russians are reporting. So I think she's a rare bird there in Ukraine, one of the few honest reporters about what's going on. So it is, through your own experience that no matter how well trained the troops are, if the logistics aren't in place to sustain them in the field, the training and capability falls apart pretty rapidly. And if you've watched what Russia's been targeting, particularly over the last 3 weeks, they've really been going hard at the lines of communication. And because once they're caught off where you've got a limited supply of ammunition, and then you run through it, and you don't have anything else to load into your rifle or into your howitzer, that's problematic. Getting food, getting resupplied with water, those are legitimate issues. And accompanying that then is, if you get wounded, can you be extracted and get some reasonable hope that you're going to get medical treatment and survive? And so all of that weighs in on this. And I think Russia, it's more like the coiling of a snake, an anaconda, just compressing. And at some point, Ukraine's going to break, and it's going to come quickly.
Yeah, that's the big thing. A lot of these things, sometimes they've held together for so long. There's this really unchallenged and unexamined belief that they have stayed together this far, and they will always stay together. And like it'll be a linear kind of thing. Well, it took Russia like 3.5 years to get up to this point here, and so another 3.5 years extrapolating off. But it doesn't work like that, because there could come a moment where there's even a mental and a psychological break to where you're like, I just can't do this anymore. That article that I put up there, when I read further into it, one of their concerns was that a lot of these guys have been there since the beginning, when the original mobilization or volunteers, and they've never been demobilized, and they're just wiped out emotionally. And you just never know when all this is going to conspire together. But what is your view, before we shift gears here onto a different topic? What is your view of what will happen politically for Trump, for Europe, et cetera, if they continue on with their fiction that this can go on forever, but there is a collapse at some point and the thing just breaks? How will they react to that?
Well, you mean how would the Europeans react, or how
would the Europeans and Trump?
Well, I think it's going to ultimately threaten the survival of NATO, because NATO will have been proven to be completely ineffective in preventing this outcome. The danger, though, is the Germany, France, and England verbally are escalating, being verbally belligerent, and there are, we had the leak the other day or at least the report come out of Russian intelligence, that the Brits are preparing some sort of false flag, or to start attacking Russian oil tankers. Any further attacks now on Russia like that, it's going to escalate. I think we'll get to a stage where now, based upon what Putin has said this week, that if there's an attack inside Russia, either against Russian assets at sea or in places like Moscow and St. Petersburg that cause significant damage, it can be traced to either Germany, France, or England. Germany, France, or England will then be hit by an Oreshnik missile. They will target the specific military base or factory. So this is the collapse of Ukraine is not going to bring an end to the danger. Is I guess what I'm saying.
It could, there'll be the potential for it could even get higher, or it could they could just accept it and move on. We'll see how that works out. I want to shift gears in the time we have left here to some other additional information. Apparently yesterday at a cabinet meeting in Israel, Netanyahu pitched an idea that he wants to completely occupy now. He made the decision to completely occupy the Gaza Strip, and apparently the full Knesset will vote on it tomorrow. But he is definitely saying he wants a full occupation right now. And then we also have Trump at the same time saying that he wants to take over the responsibility to be feeding the Palestinian people. He wants to run that because he said it hadn't been done very well. So he wants to insert the United States actually into that, which is just, I think, just crazy. Why would we want to get involved in something like that? And then why would we want to greenlight what Netanyahu's doing?
Well, it probably wants to get involved with this so that we get first dibs on the real estate in Gaza, so he and his son-in-law Jared Kushner can develop a real estate deal.
It could be. I'm sorry, Gary, I just forgot. Would you pull that first article there about the Netanyahu up again? Because there was one part in that article I wanted to get your reaction to, Larry. Gary's pulling back up. I changed it up on him. If you roll down there to, I think, the third paragraph, says that it is, let's see. Yeah, Netanyahu's adopted as a formal war goal U.S. President Donald Trump's February plan for the relocation of Gazans to undefined places elsewhere. That has been, so it says Netanyahu has officially adopted a formal war goal is to adopt President Trump's plan for the relocation of Gaza. That's just kind of that should have been the headline, but it's kind of buried in the article there somewhere. But that's kind of a big deal. Well, how do you view it?
Yeah. Well, it goes along with what Trump said at the outset, and with Gerald, Kushner, his son-in-law, involved with financial deals in Israel, multi-billion-dollar deals. I'm sure he's saying that, clear out Gaza and we're going under the guise of humanitarian aid, but they still haven't solved the problem of where are they going to send these Palestinians? Yeah. Either they kill them, starve them to death, or find some country that'll take them. And there's no other takers in the region so far, not Jordan, not Egypt. But I mean, this is so damn cynical and so evil. But we've seen, Rupert Murdoch and his company have kicked into full propaganda gear because they sent Fox News. Fox News got to go to Gaza, and they're saying, it's not as bad as what we're being told. They're doing the whole propaganda thing and ignoring. There are other videos out there of some other aid workers going. You can see bullets skipping off the ground around them that the Israelis are shooting. But then we got the testimony of Colonel Aguilar. And what a terrific officer he is, and his courage. And he didn't hesitate to speak. And he was well schooled in the Geneva Convention and the rules of war. So you could understand that if you had a man like that in charge of your troops aren't going to be out engaged with mayhem. They're going to conduct themselves in an orderly manner. And that's one of the things that his testimony revealed. There's no leadership in the Israeli army to speak of. And that's why you get all of these abuses and human rights atrocities.
Yeah, I felt that it was such a sharp contradiction between what Colonel Aguilar said and what he reported, which we did a show on a couple of days ago, and we did kind of a deep dive on some of the things she said on the Tucker show. And then right after that, when you had Ambassador, what's his face? I just went by Huckabee, when he went into the Gaza Strip, and then he came out after a whopping 5 hours and said, yeah, it's not that bad. And in fact, if anybody's at fault, it's those darn Hamas guys, etc. No blame whatsoever for the Israeli side, and just saying, hey, now I'm not saying there's not some danger there, whatever. I mean, it's just horrible because Aguilar categorically said this is an intent to starve people. It is the plan. They put these things they changed from 400 what originally was being used to feed people in Gaza down to 4, with 3 of them all the way to the south, so that everybody would have to walk the entire length of the Gaza Strip to get to the food. And so he said this is an intentional plan, and then they're shooting them not by accident when they clear them out to go to the food aid anyway. And then you have the ambassador to the United States saying it's Hamas's fault and not mentioning any of those things. And that is, I think, going to be a long-term shame on this country, however this works out.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Because none of these people are getting shot or carrying firearms. The rule of thumb is if you're going to shoot somebody, they need to pose an immediate threat to your life and limb that you can, and that you have no other option but to shoot to kill. Well, the Israelis shoot for the pleasure of it, because they treat these people like they're insects, like there's some lower life form that can just easily be snuffed out. And fortunately, there's still some in Israel with a conscience. And the unfortunate part about them is they're killing themselves, or they're suffering from PTSD for the horrors that they're inflicting upon these people.
Yeah, we've actually had a couple of the prime ministers. Ehud Olmert, I think, was one, and I can't recall the second one, but they both been pretty outspoken that this is wrong. This is not going to help Israel, and it's just morally out of bounds, et cetera. So there are at least some voices, but unfortunately, the ones that matter, both in Washington and in Jerusalem, are still where they are. And I guess it's going to take some kind of concerted effort from people around the world to finally stand up and take some action, or this nightmare is just going to continue on. And I I mean, I couldn't imagine. I remember, Larry, I was thinking about this just a couple of days ago when this war first started off. I said, and I mean, I think as early as November of 2023, I said that Netanyahu has set his nation on a course to try and provide security for Israel that cannot succeed. And I said, unless you literally wipe out everybody, and of course they're not going to do that, this can never succeed and it will just cause problems. Well, since then, I've come to realize, holy crap, he could actually envision wiping everyone out. And you look at what they're methodically doing, and I just cannot fathom, never again after World War II, and then it's happening again with our assistance. It's just hard for me to get my head around that.
Yeah, no, we're in the process of losing our soul, and that's why seeing these efforts to try to affect public opinion, because the images of these starving children, they are penetrating social media. People are starting to react, and it is poisoning the well for any sort of good feelings or good relations with Israel. And I still think there's still a lot that can be done. Countries like India, Russia, China, they need to break diplomatic relations with Israel. They need to cut off economic ties with Israel, shut down, no more trade relations if Israel is going to persist with this. Other countries, if the countries started doing that, Israel would be compelled to stop. But right now, everyone's enabling them by doing nothing.
And that from Hamas's perspective, Huckabee was blaming Hamas. Well, Hamas did themselves no favors, and was one of the worst things they could possibly have done when they share these video images of some of these hostages that they are basically starving as well. And from the one hand, you can understand, from their perspective, well, why should we give them a lot of food when our own people aren't? But to think that they're going to cause some kind of reaction that's going to get anything for their side, they just gave a huge information operation victory to Israel, because they have just been blasting that everywhere, and that's all anyone's talking about. And so now a lot of people are going, well, look, the Hamas side, they are animals. Look what they're doing to the hostages, etc. And you can argue the fundamentals of it, but the imagery is working against the Palestinian people. How do you see that?
Well, yeah, but it again, with this whole information operation, all it's designed is to create a narrative to justify our own war crimes. And so we say, see what they're doing, so we're okay with what we're doing. Well, no, we're not. So this isn't, what Hamas is doing is candidly what my ancestors did in 1776 to get rid of the Brits. Fighting a foreign occupier, and some of those people participating in that revolution on the what we now call the U.S. side, they committed some atrocities too. They weren't all armed with righteousness and the light shining upon them. But what has brought this about has been the illegal occupation of a people and a subjugation of a people. And when they finally fight back, then we want to attack and destroy them for fighting back. And when you look the evidence of what Israel has done to these people, it's on par with some of the most heinous acts in history against an ethnic minority.
Yeah, I mean, it's just black and white. It's just there for anybody to see. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people don't seem to be concerned by that. But anyway, we'll continue to follow this, and we'll certainly look to see what President Trump says this afternoon when he apparently makes
east of Yanvarskoye. The enemy put up fierce resistance, trying to hold on to a strategically important section of the front. As a result of the offensive actions of the Vostok Group, the positions of the Ukrainian army were broken through. This is the third settlement in the Dnepropetrovsk region that is coming under Russian control. In the Pokrovsk direction, Russian troops continue their methodical advance. Assault groups cut off the enemy's supply routes in the Rodinskoye area, creating a threat to encircle Ukrainian units. At the same time, battles are underway for Chernishino, where our soldiers blocked the last supply road for the Ukrainian army. Our attack on the railway junction in Lozovaya disrupted logistics. This transport hub is critically important for the transfer of reserves between Donbas and the Kharkov region. In the area of Chasov Yar, Ukrainian troops are hastily building new defensive lines. The enemy is mining the approaches to Kramatorsk, realizing the inevitability of an offensive by Russian troops. The United States is accelerating its lunar nuclear program. In response to the Russian-Chinese partnership, NASA and the U.S. Department of Energy announced plans to create the first-ever lunar nuclear power plant. According to documents obtained by Politico, the Americans intend to deploy a nuclear reactor on the surface of the moon by 2030. These deadlines coincide with China's plans for the first manned lunar mission. Project, called the Lunar Land-Based Power System, envisages the creation of 4 nuclear generators of 10 kilowatts each. As a high-ranking source in NASA notes, this program has been sharply accelerated due to concerns that Moscow and Beijing could be the first to install a nuclear reactor on the moon. According to American experts, the successful implementation of the program will not only provide energy for future lunar bases, but will also become an important strategic advantage in the new space race. The European Union is in a new crisis. Problems have arisen with the morale of soldiers. The Telegraph publication writes that only 16% of Italians are ready to defend their homeland. The situation in Germany is no better. Almost 60% of Germans said that they would never take up arms, even if they were attacked. The publication notes that these figures were a real shock for the German defense minister. Pistorius plans to increase the number of German troops by 80,000 soldiers by 2035, and increase its reserves by as many as 140,000 soldiers. And now these plans look simply unfeasible. The British Navy is facing a monstrous shortage of personnel. Since 2010, they have failed almost all plans for recruiting soldiers. And the United States has problems with naval dominance. The American Analytical Center RAND writes about this. Allegedly, the U.S. Navy is no longer capable of responding to global crises and is inferior in power to the Chinese fleet. This is precisely what worries the Americans, who are watching the Russian-Chinese exercises called Maritime Interaction 20-25. This is the 11th joint exercise in the Pacific Ocean. The Russian side includes the anti-submarine ship Admiral Tribut, the corvette Gromky, and the rescue ship Igor Belousov. The Chinese side includes the missile destroyers Shaoxing and Urumqi, the supply ship Qiandao, and the newest rescue ship Shihu. The maneuvers involve aviation, marines, and 2 submarines.
An underwater object lying on the ground was discovered, presumably a submarine in distress. In the Sea of Japan, rescue ships of the Russian and Chinese Navy provided assistance to a submarine lying on the ground. During the joint Russian-Chinese exercise Maritime Interaction 20-25, rescue vessels of the Russian Navy and the People's Liberation Army Navy of China practiced rescuing the crew of a simulated emergency submarine lying on the seabed. Russian rescue sailors shared their experience with their Chinese colleagues, demonstrating the capabilities of modern medical equipment, pressure chambers, and the AC-40 deep-sea rescue apparatus.
Just a couple of days after President Trump ordered 2 nuclear submarines to head toward Russia, Russia and China began a joint artillery and anti-submarine exercise near Vladivostok in the Sea of Japan. This is the first exercise in which a Chinese submarine has entered a Russian port. Both Russia and China have nuclear submarines that can launch nuclear missiles. However, Moscow and Beijing sent their diesel submarines to these exercises. Chinese President Xi Jinping is believed to have ordered his military to be ready to invade Taiwan by 2027 if necessary, raising concerns about conflicts that could drag the United States into. We are now in the United States, with our U.S. Bureau Chief Valentin Bogdanov on the line. Hello, Valentin. So, what Washington is calling Donald Trump's ultimatum expires on Friday. Does it feel like Trump has backed himself into some kind of trap? Does Washington have a plan? I mean, to stop this war, Trump needs to punish the entire planet.
Good evening, Olga. Well, it looks like Trump himself already partly understands that he has backed himself into a corner. Whether he got himself there is also a big question. Because a significant part of foreign policy and what pertains to American national security is now at the mercy of the revived hawks. But one thing is clear. First of all, Trump's opponents are anticipating the approach of this date. Trump himself cannot fail to see it. Well, let's just run through the headlines of Western agencies. Reuters believes that Moscow will not agree to this ultimatum. CNN is already passing off wishful thinking and saying that the war in Ukraine has become Trump's war. They have rewired these information flows so quickly, and probably the most striking publication here is from Bloomberg, where they say that America should slam its fist on the table on August 8th, or tariffs on India, China, and everyone else. The U.S. should do something to lower the price of oil by $10. Trump said that if the price of a barrel falls by $10, the war in Ukraine will end. Why not by 9? And why not by 12? It is not clear where these calculations come from, but one way or another, they are all anticipating this. Of course, the American president cannot help but see this. Of course, he cannot help but understand that he himself is becoming prey here. He wants to conduct some kind of hunt here, but he is being driven into a corner. That is, they have built a trajectory along, which he will already be in their clutches. And then there will be Biden 2-0. And all this talk about his mental health is clearly not accidental. That is, they are preparing for the fact that he will be a lame duck already in the first year of his presidency. On the other hand, Trump has already had rich experience over the past 6 months of how to get out of the traps that he set for himself. How many times has he promised to introduce crazy tariffs tomorrow? Then, as they say now, he moved these deadlines to the right. I think it is quite possible that we are waiting for an empty sensation. Here in America, they call it a nothing burger. According to rumors, his trusted man Steve Witkoff is going to Moscow. Keith Kellogg is going to Kiev. Well, Kellogg is a good cop for Zelensky. Kellogg is going to talk to Zelensky. It is clear that Trump is a content man. You just mentioned his speech on the roof of the White House. Trump works in such a way that he must deliver news every day. In this sense, he is not even a businessman. He works more like a TV presenter. The main thing is not to be silent on air. The main thing is to create some kind of agenda, and that's what he's creating. He's already being quoted by world news agencies. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, what will happen the day after tomorrow, or what will happen on August 9th or August 10th. But we must, of course, understand that at the time he painted himself into a corner, not even with the date of August 8th. He painted himself into a corner the first time when he promised to resolve this conflict in 24 hours. That was Trump's first mistake. And his main mistake now, or his main misunderstanding, is that the Russian demands, as our president recently said, have not changed for at least the last year and a half. He just needs to accept them. He needs to understand them and work based on that. Again, it's unclear. What exactly should happen on August 8th? What exactly does he expect from? What happens on that day? A ceasefire? Or is he expecting India to suddenly cut off supplies of Russian oil to the Indian market on that day? Well, there are no specifics. There are loud statements. So we will see how diplomatic work will be carried out in the next 24 hours. It will probably become more active. We probably should have no doubts about that. Olga?
From an electoral point of view, from the point of view of ratings, how is this bravado, this bluff, this endless desire for deals, for threats perceived in the US? Do his opponents take him seriously?
Well, this is a sore subject for Trump. Indeed, there is an area where he is quite successful. First of all, he is successful where he understands what is being discussed, where he generally follows his election program. He promised to bring order to migration. The number of illegal immigrants has decreased by 60%. Yes, his voters like this. With tariffs, Americans are worried about rising prices, but, in general, public opinion is more on Trump's side in the following sense. They hope that American production will come running back this way. Will it come running back as quickly as he introduces new tariffs? Well, of course not. That is, the calculation is very long here. And the inertia here is very serious. And you are absolutely right about Ukraine. What was Trump elected on? He was elected on the premise that this is not his war, but the war of the Democrats. This is the war of the globalists. And, of course, there is discontent. First of all, among the native MAGA electorate, not only the electorate, by the way, we see statements made by important MAGA influencers, from Tucker Carlson to Marjorie Taylor Greene. All these people directly or indirectly complain that Trump is retreating, at least, to put it mildly, from his election promises. The first time this manifested itself in the story with Iran, then it manifested itself in the story with Israel. And the Native American voter is unlikely to forgive him for his failures in Ukraine. It is unlikely that this Native American voter will understand why billions of dollars were suddenly allocated for weapons again. Incidentally, this is precisely why U.S. Permanent Representative Whitaker said that the Americans, the White House, still have a limit on arms supplies to Ukraine. It is very dangerous for them. I'll come back to the point about this being Trump's war. CNN has found Trump's weak spot. Trump is most afraid that this war will become his. And again, here he just needs to decide. He won't be able to sit on two chairs. In this sense, Trump has set an ultimatum for August 8th. First of all, to himself.
very crucial juncture where Russian forces, who have been advancing all of this time, it has been building up momentum. And as I have said for the last 3 years, this is not about measuring how far Russia went over, say, the past week, and then trying to extrapolate how long at that pace it'll take Russia to overrun the entire country, and then coming up with some sort of number like 1,000 years. That is not how attrition warfare works. What is happening is, as Russia continues to push forward and place pressure along the entire line of contact, it is grinding down Ukraine's military forces, also the material support provided by the collective West, in an irreversible way, where at a certain point, things will begin to collapse faster and faster, and the advance along the line of contact will become quicker and quicker. And that is what we are watching take place. It's a very gradual process, but if your calculations are linear, you are going to be wrong. They need to be, to a certain extent, exponential. Now, I want to show you the map, and we are looking at liveuamap.com. This is a pro-Ukrainian map. It will wait days, sometimes even weeks, before showing Russian progress or admitting to Ukrainian defeats along the line of contact. But even this pro-Ukrainian map is painting a very bleak picture for Ukraine. Let's take a look. And as you can see, this part in dark red, this is territory previously Ukrainian that is now held by Russia. It includes Crimea, which rejoined the Russian Federation in 2014 following a referendum. The line of contact goes from Kherson in the south. It goes all the way up to Kharkov. There are also Russian positions in Sumy and northern Kharkov, right here, just north of the city. Now, if we zoom in, you will see Russian forces essentially encircling Pokrovsk. In my last update specifically about the conflict in Ukraine, I had showed you the line of contact at January of this year and how the line was more or less flat along here and just short of Pokrovsk. Now you can see how Russian forces have expanded around Pokrovsk. They are gradually encircling it. And of course, there are Russian forces inside Pokrovsk city itself. And we're hearing conflicting stories, especially from the Ukrainian side, that these are just sabotage groups. They just slip in occasionally, but they've been talking about it more and more over the last couple of weeks, to the point where you'd almost believe that Russian forces are actually in the built-up urban area of Pokrovsk. And as you can see, even on this map, they're admitting that Russian forces are at least in the outskirts of Pokrovsk. Now, if we continue, you can see Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, and then you could see a line of smaller urban areas, and you can see Russian forces beginning to encircle the first of this line of built-up areas leading to Kramatorsk, and they will just continue doing that until they have encircled and taken Kramatorsk and Slavyansk themselves. The same goes for Seversk. The same goes for Kupiansk. Here, Russian forces are increasingly encircling Kupiansk, encroaching upon it. Again, at the beginning of the year, Russian forces were over here toward the east. Now they are hooking around Kupiansk in the north. And you might say, well, Pokrovsk is just one city, Seversk, Kupiansk, and the path and the progress is so slow. Also to mention, we have Bakhmut here. To the west of Bakhmut is Chasiv Yar. Russia has taken Chasiv Yar. And even though this map is claiming that there's still this tiny sliver still under Ukrainian control, at this point, multiple sources have admitted that, yes, Chasiv Yar is totally taken by Russian forces. Why is this significant? These are all extremely heavily fortified positions. Some of these positions were hardened all the way back in 2014, and they have just been built up every single year since then. And for these positions to fall represents significant weakness on the Ukrainian side. There is such a lopsided amount of troops, artillery, rockets, missiles, air power, increasingly growing on the Russian side and shrinking on the Ukrainian side. This is what is allowing Russian forces to incrementally strip away these heavily fortified positions. And if they cannot hold these heavily fortified positions, the positions they fall back to, which have not been hardened over the course of a decade or more, they will begin falling much faster. Now, this was August 1st. CNN, Russia claims it captured key Ukrainian town as ground offensive gathers pace. So they admit this isn't just about Russian forces taking Chasiv Yar. This is also about Russian forces gaining momentum overall. And people will try to dismiss this as Chasiv Yar being a small city. The population's only 12,000. But again, it's not what the city was before the war. It is what the city represented during the war, a heavily fortified position along a line of defense that Russia is pushing through and pushing past and incorporating into their own frontline defenses. There's another CNN article. Russia's summer offensive is turning into an escalating crisis for Ukraine. So even the Western media is admitting this. There's this attempt to downplay Russian gains constantly. We've seen this over the last 3 years. But there is an increasing number of articles across the Western media, even Ukrainian media, admitting how critical the situation is. And of course, the answer at the bottom of all these articles is we need more weapons, we need more troops, we need to do this and that and the other thing to stop Russia. But of course, everything that can be done is being done, and it still simply isn't enough. I've talked about military-industrial production and how hard it is for the West, especially to expand it, especially since at the same time, Russia continues to expand their military-industrial production. And they're doing it still 3 years later more effectively and more widely than the whole collective West combined is. Now, if we look at this article, they are going to start by talking about Pokrovsk. That is this city down here that is increasingly being encircled by Russian forces. This is what the CNN article says. The saturation of Moscow's drones in the skies above already palpable at this stabilization point. They're talking about a medical checkpoint 12 kilometers or 7 miles from the Russian front line near Pokrovsk has likely made it impossible for even armored vehicles to safely extract the injured, because they're talking about how they're at this medical checkpoint and there's no casualties there, not because Ukrainians aren't being injured or killed, but because they simply cannot be evacuated. And if you cannot evacuate your injured and dead, you certainly are going to have a complicated time bringing in additional troops and supplies without being attacked by the same drones. Up the road, the fight rages for the key town of Pokrovsk in the Kremlin's crosshairs for months, but now at risk of encirclement. And you can see on the map, it is essentially being encircled, and it's just a matter to what degree it is being encircled. And they are admitting that even at this point, even though it hasn't been fully encircled, logistics has been significantly complicated. It continues. Then it talks about the rest of the Donbas region. Across eastern Ukraine, Russia's tiny gains are adding up. Remember, they continuously dismissed Russia's gains as being tiny, insignificant, taking forever. It is capitalizing on a series of small advances and throwing significant resources into an emerging summer offensive, one that risks reshaping control over the front lines. Now, these are things that myself, Alex and Alexander of the Duran, Mark Sloboda, Scott of Calibrated. These are things we have been warning about for years. We have said the West is going to dismiss these incremental Russian gains. Over time, they will add up. And they will not just add up on the map, it'll also add up in terms of attrition. And there will be a point, a critical mass that is reached between the Russian military building out its military power and capabilities and manpower and the disintegration of Ukraine's forces and material support. There will be a critical mass that is reached, and there will be a tipping point. And that sounds like what CNN is talking about. And there is no summer offensive. Russia is constantly pushing all along the line of contact with this strategy of attrition. Over 4 days of reporting in the villages behind the Konstantinovka and Pokrovsk, two of the most embattled Ukrainian towns in the Donetsk region, CNN witnessed the swift change in control of territory. Russian drones were able to penetrate deep into areas Kiev's forces once relied upon as oases of calm, and troops struggled to find the personnel and resources to halt a persistent enemy advance. We were all warning about this, again, for years, that this was the final destination of this conflict. To be fair, the RAND Corporation in its 2019 paper extending Russia also predicted Ukraine would be exhausted and destroyed if the US successfully provoked Russia into a war in Ukraine. And now that is exactly what is happening. And you notice they continuously refer to Russian drones as a key factor in all of this. Of course, Russian artillery, armor, air power, and missiles, and the much larger I would say, strategic drones that are able to fly across the entire country and hit any target at any time. This is all contributing to this, but they're talking about these FPV drones. And you remember, for the longest time, the Western media trying to create the perception that Ukraine, because of its Western backers, its sponsors, and all of the technology and ingenuity that they were applying, they had a key advantage in terms of drone technology. Well, the facts on the ground say otherwise, and now even CNN is admitting otherwise. And as this reality shapes up on the ground, and as even the US media like CNN admit to all of this, they begin talking about what is going on in Washington and this increasing panic in Washington, in London, in Brussels, what to do, because if it continues like this, of course, eventually Russia is just going to outright win this conflict. There will be a collapse, and Russian forces will be able to take as much territory as they feel like investing in taking up to the Dnieper River, Kiev, beyond possibly, who knows? And so what the United States is doing, and this was always the plan, they are trying to freeze the conflict. They're not trying to end it. They don't want peace with Russia. They just want to freeze it so they can reorganize and rebuild Ukraine's military forces and start fighting at a later date when the conditions are more favorable for their potential victory, or at least to perpetuate the conflict for as long as possible. Again, the RAND Corporation paper is literally titled Extending Russia. The whole point is to not necessarily defeat Russia in any one of these conflicts, but to create a global arc of crisis that overextends Russia and then perhaps precipitates some sort of Soviet-style collapse inside. That is the ultimate goal here. So let's read about what Washington is trying to do, the Trump administration. The Russian momentum comes as US President Donald Trump radically shortened his deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin to make peace from 50 to up to 12 days. And it's not about making peace. It is about a ceasefire so the conflict can be frozen, so that European and non-European troops can move into Ukraine and create a Syria-style buffer zone. Again, so the fighting can begin at a later date when factors are in favor of the US and its client states, and of course its Ukrainian proxies. Trump said he was very disappointed in Putin and suggested the Kremlin head had already decided not to entertain the ceasefire the US and its European allies have demanded for months. Again, the reason Russia will not agree to the ceasefire is because it is not a ceasefire on the path toward peace. It is a ceasefire to move in Western forces and to harden and freeze the conflict and then restart it at a later date. And Russia gains nothing by allowing that to happen. Look at what happened in Syria. The exact same thing happened in Syria. The US has now fully collapsed and overrun Syria. There's a client regime running the country there, headed by literal al-Qaeda terrorists that the Trump administration has now officially delisted, despite literally being al-Qaeda and connected to ISIS. So the pretext for US involvement in Syria always was al-Qaeda and ISIS, and now the US has deliberately installed a client regime into power headed by ISIS, al-Qaeda. The reduced time frame was welcomed by Kiev and may provide a greater sense of urgency in Western capitals over diplomatic and military support for Ukraine, but it seems unlikely to alter Moscow's course, where it's superior manpower, tolerance for casualties, or perhaps they're not suffering the number of casualties the West constantly says they are. That's also a possibility. And vast military production line is beginning to reap dividends, which is what I and many others constantly said would happen. It would continue to gain momentum and reach a critical mass. Now that point is either here or will be very shortly. And so this brings me to US President Donald Trump and this growing confrontation between the US and its ally and friend, India. Nations are only allies and friends of the United States as long as they're obedient and they place Washington's interests above their own interests. And because India will not do that, not necessarily doing anything wrong or dangerous or threatening to the United States, but simply putting their own interests first over Washington's demands, now there's this growing confrontation between the US and India. And this is about India continuing to buy Russian oil. China also buys a significant amount of Russian oil, and the US wants to stop this. This began under the Biden administration with sanctions and all kinds of schemes meant to target the export of Russian energy to other countries, including especially India and China. And it now continues uninterrupted under the Trump administration. This is nothing new. This is simply President Trump picking up exactly where the Biden administration left off. So now I had warned people even before the 2024 election that this is exactly what the Trump administration was preparing to do. Yes, there were certain times where President Trump, during the campaign, said he was going to end the conflict in Ukraine. He said he would end it in 24 hours. But if you listen very closely to the actual policies that they were discussing, the things that they were talking about, it wasn't to move America toward peace globally and then look inward and invest inward and rebuild the United States. It was always to continue the pursuit of American primacy abroad, just reorganize the effort because they were reaching obstacles that they could not cross. And do you remember this Newsweek article from October 2024? So before the election, J.D. Vance tells Tim Dillon, U.S. needs weapons to fight China, not Russia. And a lot of people, when they heard this, for some reason, they thought, see, President Trump wants peace. For some reason, they didn't hear to fight China and realize, isn't that a larger, more dangerous war than even this proxy war being waged against Russia? They also didn't look into the details to see that J.D. Vance wasn't suggesting actually ending the conflict in Ukraine. He was talking about division of labor and strategic sequencing, dumping the conflict off onto Europe, forcing Europe to pick up where the US has been investing. So the US can take its resources and focus on China, but now, as we know, also Iran. And in this article, it says J.D. Vance has suggested stability in the Indo-Pacific and supporting Taiwan should be a higher priority for the US than military aid to Ukraine. It's very interesting. Stability and supporting Taiwan, when in reality, the US just wants to create an almost identical conflict with China in the Asia-Pacific region as it has in Eastern Europe through Ukraine. The Ohio senator has advocated a negotiated settlement in the Ukraine conflict, with which the Harris campaign previously described to Newsweek as a surrender plan for Kiev. But if you actually look at the details of the so-called settlement, and that's in this article, which is a month earlier, September 2024, J.D. Vance floats Donald Trump deal to end war in Ukraine. If you read the details, it's not about ending the conflict at all. It's about freezing it. So even back then, they were telling you they were going to freeze, not end this conflict. They were never going to address the fundamental issues that created it in the first place. They were simply going to freeze it. Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, has suggested how their administration might seek to end Russia's war in Ukraine should they win the White House. Vance said potential peace talks with Trump could involve a heavily fortified demilitarized zone at the country's borders. So that is not ending the conflict. That is freezing it and creating an armed standoff. That is exactly what that means. There's no other way to interpret that. And now, as you can see it being shaped and put into place, it is undeniably what that actually was. And this is what J.D. Vance says, I think what this looks like is Trump sits down, he says to the Russians, the Ukrainians, the Europeans, you guys need to figure out what does a peaceful settlement look like, and what it probably looks like is the current line of demarcation between Russia and Ukraine that becomes like a demilitarized zone. And then it continues. Vance didn't specify exactly where he thinks the demilitarized zone should be, but said it would be heavily fortified so the Russians won't invade again or cannot continue their conflict. And later, as we now know, the Trump administration itself has said there will be Western troops put into Ukraine as a tripwire force to prevent Russia from continuing once all of the peace deals and everything else are obviously being betrayed by the US and its Ukrainian proxies. Ukraine retains its independent sovereignty. Russia gets the guarantee of neutrality from Ukraine. It doesn't join NATO, neither of which could ever be seriously guaranteed by the collective West for Russia to ever consider that as a deal. Because how many times has the US promised Russia anything regarding NATO and its continued expansion up to and along its borders? And then how many times has that been betrayed? Constantly and at every single juncture up until now. What would make this different? Nothing. It doesn't join some of these allied institutions. Well, and now we can see that has been promised, but simultaneously betrayed at the same time. This is what the deal is ultimately going to look something like. He said, Vance said he believes Trump will be able to come to a deal very quickly because they're scared of him in Russia. They're worried about him in Europe because they know he actually means what he says. The Russians, the Ukrainians, the Europeans are all saying, we can't fight this war forever, but why the hell are you fighting it for another day if all of them are trying to find a way to solve it? The answer is you're not going to solve the war, but you can at least bring the thing to a stop, he continued, which literally means freezing the conflict, which Russia has no interest in doing. It does not benefit from doing. It places its national security at risk if it were to do that. We have to remember that the Trump administration itself has on multiple occasions admitted that this is a US proxy war against Russia. This is not a war between Ukraine and Russia. This is a war the US engineered and precipitated against Russia using Ukraine. And we constantly hear President Trump himself say, this is Biden's war, this is Biden's war. And yet he is simply picking up right where Biden left off and continuing all of his policies, in fact, building on top of them and expanding them. This is what they did in Syria, and this is what they're trying to repeat in Ukraine. So forgive Russia for not buying into this and essentially surrendering when it has the advantage on the field of battle. So what are they trying to do because they cannot win on the field of battle, the collective West and their Ukrainian proxies? They are trying to hurt Russia economically, and they're doing this by targeting Russian exports to India and China. There is this article from The Guardian, Ukraine war briefing, top Trump aide accuses India of financing Russian war by buying oil. Stephen Miller says it's astonishing that India is basically tied with China in purchasing Russian oil. August 4th, 2025. It says a top aide to President Donald Trump has accused India of financing Russia's war in Ukraine by buying oil from Moscow. This has been going on for years. India and Russia have a historically very close relationship with one another. After the US leader escalated pressure on Delhi to stop buying Russian oil, what Trump said very clearly is that this is not acceptable for India to continue financing this war by purchasing the oil from Russia, said Stephen Miller, deputy chief of staff at the White House and one of the US president's most influential aides. Miller's criticism was some of the strongest yet by the Trump administration about one of the US's major partners in the Indo-Pacific. People will be shocked to learn that India is basically tied with China in purchasing Russian oil. That's an astonishing fact. This is what he said on Fox News. The Indian government says they will continue purchasing oil from Moscow despite US threats. And so the US threats will just get louder and more dangerous toward India. And of course, there are the public threats, and then there is the covert face of what the US does to coerce and shape a nation's policies, domestic and foreign. And I think we will be seeing some of that very soon, and it will always be in the form of political instability and even terrorism. Trump on Sunday said special envoy Steve Witkoff may travel to Russia on Wednesday or Thursday. So today's Wednesday, and he's there right now, and we will get the results of that in due time. As he warned that he would impose sanctions if Moscow did not agree to a ceasefire in the Ukraine war before Friday. There'll be sanctions, but they seem to be pretty good at avoiding sanctions, Trump told reporters. They're wily characters, and they're pretty good at avoiding sanctions, so we'll see what happens. So again, this is just an attempt to freeze the conflict, because right now, at this juncture, the U.S. cannot win. The Ukrainian proxies are being ground down, and if it continues in this way, this will conclude for good. The whole point of this conflict is not to defeat Russia in Ukraine, but to keep them tied up in Ukraine for as long as possible, make the cost as high as possible. And if this conflict was concluded and Russian forces, as large and as experienced as they are now, were able to turn their attention elsewhere, say Syria or Iran, or to aid China more closely in conflicts the U.S. is preparing for all along China's periphery, that would complicate America's policy of division of labor and strategic sequencing. They have created these dilemmas for each of these pillars of multipolarism: Russia, Iran, India, even Pakistan, and of course, China. Let's continue. Kiev Independent, it doesn't get more pro-Ukrainian than this. His economy stinks. Falling oil prices could force Putin to end war, Trump says. Now, you got to understand, the Trump administration, the Western media, they're all pretending like this is all happening. President Trump is just reacting to a natural series of unfolding events. He's just reacting to this, and it's just a coincidence that it looks like he's picking up right where the Biden administration left off. The article says falling oil prices could compel Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine. U.S. President Donald Trump suggested in his interview with CNBC, that was on August 5th, Russia's energy exports remain the key source of income for its wartime economy and continue to finance its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Trump's remarks come amid renewed U.S. pressure on Moscow to agree to a ceasefire. And again, ceasefire to freeze the conflict, not end it. I want you to recall this February 2025 directive, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth delivered to Europe in Brussels. I've talked about this many times. This was the Trump administration openly saying they weren't going to end the war. They were going to expand it, escalate it. They wanted to freeze it and create a Syria-style buffer zone in Ukraine. They had no intention of making any sort of peace at all whatsoever with Russia. They talked about European and non-European troops creating a force to essentially occupy Ukraine. They talked about expanding NATO funding from 2 to 5% of the GDP of each member nation. They talked about Europe doubling down on arming and backing Ukraine so the US could pivot and could pursue a conflict identical to this, but against China and the Asia-Pacific region. And then down here it says, to further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy prices coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions will help bring Russia to the table. So all that is Biden 2.0. That is what the Biden administration did, and that is what the Trump administration is continuing to do. That was back in February. That was always their plan. Nothing anyone said or did was going to change that. The whole job of the Trump administration is not to come up with the policy. It's already written down in these policy papers years before the election even took place. The job of the White House right now is to sell this to the public as if this was all arrived at because of just a spontaneous chain of events out of their control, and they're just reacting to it. And this is something that they have to do, not something that they had planned all along to do. But again, if you're paying attention and keeping track of all of this, it was obvious that was what they were going to do all along. This is a U.S. war on Russia. It's not a war between Ukraine and Russia. The U.S. is simply mediating between. And remember, this desire to cripple Russia economically, to stop them on the battlefield where U.S. and European military power by proxy cannot, This is enhanced by these constant Ukraine drone strikes on Russian oil infrastructure across Russian territory itself. And we've seen a lot of articles about this, but I just want to refresh your memory. All of these Ukrainian drone strikes in Russian territory are actually planned and enabled and carried out by the US simply through the Ukrainian proxies. I've talked about these articles over and over again. The New York Times The spy war, how the CIA secretly helps Ukraine fight Putin. The CIA took over Ukraine's intelligence agencies from 2014 onward, so before the special military operation in 2022. This article was published in 2024, and they admit that everything Ukrainian intelligence agencies do is the result of essentially the CIA directing, training and directing all of it. So these drone strikes across Russian territory, these sabotage operations across Russian territory, these are being planned out by the CIA, and they're being carried out inside Russia by teams trained by the CIA. There was also this more recent article, also from the New York Times, The Partnership, The Secret History of the War in Ukraine, March 2025. And this is the New York Times admitting that Ukraine armed forces at the very top of the chain of command are US generals based in Germany. And they are deciding everything from the overall war plan down to picking out specific targets on the battlefield and which US and European weapons to use to strike them. And so these Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian oil infrastructure, US policy to damage the Russian economy, to succeed economically where Western military power has failed in proxy on the battlefield in Ukraine. And of course, if you want to go back even further, let's go back to this 2019 Rand Corporation paper extending Russia, competing from advantageous ground. If you go to the table of contents, again, remember, this is 2019. These are economic measures. Hinder petroleum exports, reduce natural gas exports, and hinder pipeline expansions, which I guess includes blowing the pipelines up outright. Impose sanctions, enhance Russian brain drain. Almost all of these began under the Biden administration, and the Trump administration is just openly talking about continuing, expanding and continuing all of those policies. And of course, there are the geopolitical measures, provide lethal aid to Ukraine. This is how the conflict began in 2022 to begin with, and that was under the Trump administration. This began under the first Trump administration. Increase support to the Syrian rebels, and we see where all of that has now led. Promote regime change in Belarus. That was also attempted and failed. Exploit tensions in the South Caucasus. This continues to this day. Reduce Russian influence in Central Asia. Challenge Russian presence in Moldova. All of these and more are being pursued by the US right now and have been since 2019 when this was published, and actually even before that, since 2014, and even earlier than that even. So this is where we really are. This is a neocon foreign policy that has continued uninterrupted since the end of the Cold War. It seeks US hegemony over the planet. It wants to eliminate all peer and near-peer adversaries. It does not tolerate a strong, independent nation, not a nation labeled as an adversary by the United States, not even a nation labeled as an ally by the United States, as we can see with this growing confrontation between the US and America's friend India. And this is going to continue no matter who is in the White House and no matter who controls Congress. As I have said many times before, the job of those in Washington is not to come up with policy. It is to take it from these think tanks funded by the largest corporations and financial institutions in the United States and to sell it to the American people. And that is what President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and all of the people in his administration are doing. They're taking these policies that were written down on paper as early as 2019, even earlier than that in some cases, and they are pretending that all of these things are just suddenly happening and they have to react to it. It's just coincidence that it is appearing to be continuity of agenda from what was taking place under the Biden administration. But as you can see, they're just reading and implementing these policy papers almost verbatim. So we have to stop trying to figure out what President Donald Trump is thinking. He's not thinking about anything. He is play acting. He is selling this agenda to the American people under the America First, MAGA, Make America Great Again branding. He is going to continue all of these policies uninterrupted from the Biden administration and earlier. And at any juncture in the near to intermediate future during his presidency, if you're wondering which direction he will take U.S. foreign policy, you just look at where continuity of agenda requires that policy to be taken, and that will be the decision he ultimately makes, even though he'll try to make it look like it was because something forced him to, and he was left no other option. And all of this was planned before the elections even took place, and now it is unfolding exactly as written down in all of these policy papers, as I continuously say. This conflict is going to continue along this trajectory. I highly doubt Steve Witkoff is going to spur Russia into any sort of agreement regarding a ceasefire. As I've said many times before, if Russia ever agrees to a ceasefire, it's going to be because they calculate Western escalation is more dangerous than the ceasefire. The ceasefire is incredibly dangerous, but they might agree to it if they believe they can make better use of that time than the collective West can in terms of constantly expanding military-industrial production and their combat power for when the conflict inevitably begins again. So let's keep an eye on this. I will continue keeping an eye on this. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing to my channel. It's free to do. It helps the channel grow. Check out the video.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. Now, there are a few things I do want to go ahead and talk about in today's video. For example, it seems like we're coming up on another ritualistic day, something like the April 8th solar eclipse. But before we go ahead and talk about that stuff, really quick, I do want to go ahead and talk about what's currently taking place at the Grand Canyon. Now, for those that are aware, I have made a few videos on this topic, this massive wildfire with this very unique name, the Dragon Bravo's Fire. This supposed wildfire is really ravaging the Grand Canyon, and supposedly it all started with a lightning strike on July 4th. Firefighters, they go out there, they're battling the fires. They were able to contain it, yet for whatever reason, this thing exploded, and now there's pretty much 0% containment, and they cannot control this fire. It has now gone to the point where it's no longer considered a wildfire, but now considered a mega fire. And not just that, the Dragon's Bravo fire is creating its own weather. I mean, have you ever heard anything like this before, especially when it comes to the Grand Canyon? But reading this article from CBS News, which was published August 1st, Grand Canyon, Utah wildfires creating fire clouds that can form their own weather systems. What is even more interesting is that every time the firefighters believe they are increasing the containment on the Dragon's Bravo fire, these massive clouds come along and basically fuel the flames. Continue to read the article. It says towering convection clouds known as pyrocumulus clouds, basically fire clouds, have been spotted over Arizona's blaze for 7 consecutive days, fueling the fire with dry, powerful winds, Fire Information Officer Lisa Jennings said. She also says there's another cloud out there called the pyrocumulonimbus cloud. You don't know how many takes I had to do to actually say that correctly, if I even did. But she said that this specific cloud sent out rapid winds shooting in all directions this week as a smoke column formed from the Utah fire, then it collapsed on itself. This is crazy, and this does not sound like something that was created solely by nature. But the article goes on to say multiple fire crews in Utah were forced to retreat Wednesday as the unpredictable weather created by the clouds threatened their safety. Fire crews in both Utah and Arizona had better control of the blazes, but like I said, containment had been slipping as the fire grows rapidly. Because again, as they're getting closer to containment, these clouds are making it much worse. But get this, the article goes on to say the same type of cloud, which the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, has dubbed the fire-breathing dragon of clouds, recently formed a fire tornado that tore through an eastern Utah neighborhood with wind speeds estimated at 122 miles per hour. And what is up with them using the word dragon? I mean, I get it, fire, dragon, but you really don't think of dragons when you think of the Grand Canyon, but dragon, bravo, it sounds military. This does not sound natural whatsoever. The tribes, the animals inside the Grand Canyon, they're being wiped out. And not just that, the mystery inside the Grand Canyon itself, the artifacts are all being destroyed. And on top of all of this, I guess it'll be much easier for them to now go ahead and mine that uranium, which exists in abundance inside the Grand Canyon. On a side note, when it comes to the next location to face a very suspicious quote-unquote natural disaster, I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice and say, keep New Mexico in mind. Reading this article, which was published by Source NM on August 1st, it's titled, Anti-Uranium Exhibit Opening Friday in Santa Fe Seeks to Decolonize Maps. The article goes on to say, as President Donald Trump and multinational corporations push to dig the first new uranium mines in New Mexico in more than 50 years, Shayla Blatchford's exhibit opening today in Santa Fe seeks to equip people, mostly indigenous people, with the tools to fight back. So basically, in a nutshell, the federal government has recently prioritized several uranium mines. The only problem happens to be is that these mines are located where the Navajo Nation currently resides. These people will have to move from their ancestral lands, and if they don't, nature will force their hand and make them move, just like we saw nature made people move in North Carolina, Hawaii, and so forth. So again, like I said, just keep a lookout for New Mexico. Not only does Santa Fe hold the uranium mines that the government wants, but also is the fact that Santa Fe is actively working towards becoming a smart city with a focus on sustainability and waste management. So that is double the motivation for Weather to come along and basically sweep these people off the map. And if you're not convinced yet that something may happen in Santa Fe along the lines of a weather event, take a look at these news articles here, like this article from Newsweek that was published on March 23rd, 2025. A home insurance storm is brewing in this state. The article goes on to say a potential property insurance crisis looms over New Mexico, a wildfire-prone state where more than 1 in 5 homeowners don't have insurance coverage, according to recent reports, and non-renewables are becoming more common in most vulnerable areas. And not just that, but these insurance companies are also dropping people, something like what we saw with other states like California, I believe it was also North Carolina and others that had wildfires not too shortly after. The article even mentions the LA fires by saying the recent wildfires in Los Angeles County, California, have proven how difficult it can be for uninsured homeowners to recover from such devastating extreme weather event. Should a catastrophic natural disaster hit New Mexico, many homeowners stand to lose everything. Now, homeowners insurance companies are adjusting their practices, which includes dropping policies in areas identified as high risk for wildfire in an effort to manage their overall risk. This has affected homeowners in the greater Santa Fe fireshed, making it more challenging and expensive to find suitable coverage. There are also other locations in Santa Fe where coverage is being dropped as well. So like I said, just keep Santa Fe or New Mexico as a whole in mind. In other news, in the beginning of this video, I said that it seems like we might be coming up on another ritualistic day, something along the lines of the April 8th solar eclipse. Now, I have seen a lot of people on social media and news articles heavily talking about this 2025 August 8th Lionsgate portal, which is basically a zodiac cosmic event that happens every year, but for whatever reason, 2025 will be the most transformative. So I was like, whatever, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about it. Apparently, it's something that happens every year. I mean, I personally never heard of this before, but I guess it is a known event. But reading this article right here, it goes on to say, in 2025, the Lionsgate portal peaking on August 8th promises heightened energy for manifestation and spiritual growth across all zodiac signs. This astrological event offers opportunities for new beginnings, personal empowerment, and significant shifts in destiny. Each sign can harness this potent energy to rewrite their story and achieve their aspirations through focused intentions and rituals. Every August, a cosmic event captures the attention of spiritual seekers and astrology lovers around the world, the Lionsgate portal. But in 2025, the energy is predicted to be especially strong and transformative, with the Lionsgate portal peaking on August 8th. 8-8. Now, I'm not a numerology person. I don't do things by the numbers. I'm not a gematria person, but there are exceptions, like when it comes with the number 33, because we know the number 33 is also attached to a very ritualistic organization. You have some people out there saying that the frequency that the number 33 appears in these news stories is just a coincidence, with one person telling me, well, it took me 33 minutes to take a dump. Does that make me a Mason? Or I had another person tell me, well, I caught my neighbor on Ring camera visiting my wife 33 times when I was at work. Does that make him a Mason? Like, those are personal problems, right? but whatever rituals your neighbor is doing to your wife is not my business. But when we have these grander news stories that don't make any sense whatsoever, but in big, bold titles on these news stories, we constantly are flooded with the 33 calling card, then we can connect it right back to a certain organization that considers themselves the architects of this world, where their highest number is 33. This becomes a bigger problem because they're showing us that these are scripted events. So this brings my attention to the number 88 and August 8th, because for whatever reason, we are seeing the number 88 pop up quite often lately. For example, we had Pope Francis passing away at 88, and on that exact same day, we had Klaus Schwab, the World Economic Forum chairman, saying he's stepping down from the World Economic Forum in his 88th year. There are many other examples of the number 88 appearing in big news, like, for example, the 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened near Russia. But what really caught my attention about this whole Lionsgate portal and August 8th was this news right here. Trump wants to end Russia's war in Ukraine by August 8th. What is so important about August 8th, besides a day that's known for rituals, manifestation, and controlling your own destiny? The article goes on to say, and I'm reading this from Reuters, United States President Donald Trump has made clear that he wants a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine by August 8th, the United States told the United Nations Security Council on Thursday. Both Russia and Ukraine must negotiate a ceasefire and durable peace. It is time to make a deal. President Trump has made clear this must be done by August 8th. But this isn't the only other news story that involves Trump and the number 88. For example, this news story right here that was published on June 18th, Trump installs pair of 88-foot tall new flagpoles at the White House. The placement of the two 88-foot tall flagpoles, one on the north lawn and one on the south lawn, began early in the morning of June 18th. But here's the thing, when it comes to August 8th, what they're telling us is a ritualistic day. We're not going to see anything along the lines of chaos, explosions, or a very big news story, but we're going to go ahead and see something along the lines of, again, what we saw with the April 8th solar eclipse, where it was just one giant ritual. We had CERN out there firing off the Large Hadron Collider looking for dark matter, and at the same exact time, NASA's firing off 3 rockets called the Devil. Peter Higgs, who the God particle is named after, just happens to pass away, and this would be the very first time we would see these black flying things in the skies above Texas. And then the very next day, we have the Bove Island anomaly. Then a couple days prior to the April 8th solar eclipse, 4/8, there is a 4.8 magnitude earthquake in New York, which kind of mirrors this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened only a couple weeks before August 8th. So I think we're coming up to another ritualistic shift that will have ramifications for some time. We have all these news articles and people all over social media telling people to manifest, to now is the time to summon things over, talking about entities and so forth. The number 88, August 8th, is also a Sirius ritual as well. Reading this right here, 88 in numerology represents infinity and DNA activation, allowing us to take this Sirius energy and infuse it into the very core of our being. Why is it called the Lion's Gate? The rising of Sirius, which ancient astrologers celebrated as the rebirth of spirit, happens to occur right in the heart of Leo season, which is ruled by the lion, which is kind of interesting given the fact that the new Pope calls himself Leo after Leo the lion. So again, it feels like we are going to be entering into one giant ritual, but this video from the Fittest Flat Earther is very eye-opening when it comes to the number 88. And like I said, a lot of people feel a certain way about this guy because of his certain beliefs or what he chooses to name himself, but his beliefs are his own. But this video is a good one.
What could the Simpsons, Mountain Dew, Hulk Hogan, and Aaron Rodgers all have to do with each other? Stick around. You'll find out. You see, something I've become quite adept at is pattern recognition and truth in plain sight. In the past few weeks, I couldn't help but notice a specific pattern developing. It actually started when I watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary and how he switched to number 8. And hey, that's a funny hand symbol. I wonder what that means. But not only did he switch to number 8, but he also got an 8 or infinity looking tattoo. So 8 and 8. But it didn't stop there because he was also wearing an H and H hat. And H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. So again, 8 and 8. But it wasn't just one hat, it was multiple H and H. And while harder to see, again, H and H. And not too long after I watched that documentary on Aaron Rodgers and all his 8 and 8 and H and H, Hulk Hogan passed away. And well, again, H and H, or 8 and 8, 8th letter of the alphabet. And shortly after that, did you hear about the earthquake off the coast of Russia that was an 8.8 on the Richter scale? And very shortly after that, I saw a picture from space, from the Hubble Space Telescope, from 8,000 light years away. That, again, just happened to look like an 8. So 8 and 8,000. Are they trying to tell us something? And on the very 1st of August, 88 energy updates on the Small Holdings facility. Big news. 88 again. But there's more. Did you know that Trump had 88 criminal charges against him? And during the campaign, when you were supposed to text to support him, 88.
Just to interject here really quick, when it comes to Donald Trump, the Mar-a-Lago FBI raid also took place on August 8th.
And this is where things take an interesting turn. So stay with me for a second. I'm a fitness enthusiast and I enjoy watching the CrossFit games. And as I was watching them and I have all these 8s hitting me in the back of the head the past couple weeks, I think to myself, I know that there are some people connected at the top of the CrossFit games who are Masons, Freemasons. So I decided to look to see what the 8th event is of the CrossFit games this year. And well, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th happened to be called Going Dark. And that made me think of all the past few years of people talking about how there's a blackout coming. And it made me think of the Mountain Dew cans that have all the predictive programming like Maui Burst, and just look into the predictive programming of Mountain Dew. But this one in particular, Mountain Dew Pitch Black. And well, that's not it with Mountain Dew, because Mountain Dew seems to like the number 88 as well. And while predictive programming made me think of The Simpsons, in the 88th episode of The Simpsons just happened to deal with some rioting. And I couldn't help but notice the movie Blackout just happened to come out in 1988. And that the Cubs just magically got lights for the first time on August 8th, you guessed it, 88. Now, could all these 8s be a coincidence? I don't think so. Especially not when he holds up that symbol and he mocks the only people in the world that truly know what is going on and where they live, and just happen to change his number and get a tattoo and wear a bunch of H's on his hat the year his documentary comes out, along with all the other nonsense. And I mean nonsense. Do you think that's real? You really think that's real? And you really think it was that exact number? Now, I'm not a fear guy whatsoever. But I wouldn't be surprised if on August 8th, this year or another one not too far down the line had a little bit of darkness, if you get what I'm saying. Pitch black, maybe, in fact. But of course, all this for entertainment purposes. I'm sure that all those 8s and H's were all just a coincidence. And my mind just sees patterns that aren't really there. That's all it is. This is all for your entertainment. I wouldn't worry about it. Oh, but seriously, I wouldn't worry about it because the only thing to fear is fear itself. We're spiritual beings and just here for an experience and everything's going to be all right. I promise.
So we have a lot of people out there using 8-8, the Lionsgate portal, for their own self-health, meditations, and so forth, manifestations. But at the same time, we have news and media really pushing this, and we know who the news and media are owned and operated by. You're giving your energies, and at the same time, the so-called powers that be are also using this specific date. Just like with the April 8th solar eclipse, how there was suspiciously a lot of articles out there and people on social media telling you to give your energies during this solar eclipse to make yourself open for spiritual manifestation. This next set of videos comes from Montana Jackson, and she believes she found a very interesting shop on TikTok that is very similar to the whole Wayfair situation and human trafficking.
I just found some suspicious stuff on the TikTok shop. So I was scrolling through my regular feed and came across this. Notice the price tag. Clicked on the shop. Heaven's Child. $7,600 for a t-shirt. A cotton t-shirt that's got Jesus stuff on it, which is fine. Heaven's Child. Better be very high quality print. My gosh, $7,600. There's only 2 things listed. And this one comes with different sizes, but they don't provide a sizing chart. Really long delivery time too. Machine washable, cold wash. I don't think this is an actual t-shirt. I think Heaven's Child is selling children. I don't know. Somebody needs to investigate this because this is insane. $7,600 for a TikTok shop. I just got cut off. In summary, I need y'all to share this video so that it can get out to people to investigate of what's going on, because I don't know what to do here other than to get the word out of what's going on. I'm really concerned. There's human trafficking going on. I remember this happened in Wayfair a couple of years ago where they were like selling random items for thousands of dollars and it ended up being human trafficking. I don't know if that's going on, but I'm concerned that it is. I need TikTok to do its thing. I need y'all to help TikTok do its thing. Share this video, get it out to people that can investigate this, please. Y'all, TikTok doesn't want me talking about this. They keep silencing my videos so you can't hear me whatsoever. Little shady there, TikTok. Why are you trying to protect them? So, back on this Heaven's Child that has no picture, no background, nothing, only selling 2 t-shirts for $7,600. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. 157 people have put this in their carts. Why do you have this in your carts? Why is there so many people putting this in your carts? There's other ways to like save something, but they have this one in their carts and nobody's doing this one. Hold up. Okay. So I was like, maybe let's do a little investigating. Maybe the t-shirts like look like this are $7,600. Similar products right in the TikTok shop, $1, $14, $11, $4, $5, not $7,600. Let's check out the other one. Maybe they're justified. Let's click on the similar products page that's in the shop. The exact same t-shirt, $4, $3. This is not a mistake. This is in TikTok shop. Peep the red shoes right here. I can't talk about the theory on TikTok because I'll definitely get this removed and they're already trying to silence me. Look up the red shoe theory. It's directly related to what I think the shop is actually selling because it's certainly not these t-shirts. And I was like, let's message the shop. Got the bot to talk to me. I was like, what size products do you have? And they were telling me, and I was like, do you have a sizing chart? And they just sent me the basic one that TikTok provides everybody. Then I got real. I was like, why is your product so expensive? Hold on. As soon as I said, why is your product so expensive? I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer that, but I'm always learning. I'll connect you with a human agent right away, right? Then I get this lovely little message, hang tight, we're connecting you. Never got connected. I waited an entire day before I messaged back again, and I messaged, have you sold any of this item? Because that's something that I would like to know. Have you sold any? How long have you been a store? Because I only saw them the other day, and they've been up there for the entire time that I've been talking about this. TikTok has not taken them down. Still no reply. So then I messaged them again, back, nothing. Nobody's talking to me. But if you look right up here, typically responds within an hour. How? Are they talking about just the bot that responds? Because there's no person talking to me. They don't want to answer my questions. There's a lot of really good theories in the comments of my first video about this, but I think everyone can agree this is fishy. If it was just a conversion issue of currency, why are they not messaging me back? If it was just, maybe that's the quality of a t-shirt that it is. Why is the similar products button directly in the TikTok shop show me $1, $11, like a normal t-shirt price? This is not a normal t-shirt price. Something is going on, and I need y'all's comments to tell me theories, who to talk to, because TikTok shop does not let you report people. They don't let you report shops. They just share it. And I don't want to share it. This is the opposite of what I want to do. I want somebody to investigate this. So y'all comment, tag people, share this so it gets to people that they can see what's going on so that we can try and get to the bottom of this. We definitely got more than we had in our first video, so it's working. We're getting better theories, getting more investigative. So keep it going. Let's get to the bottom of what is going on here.
So she has one final update. The shop owner eventually reached out to her and they said this, but something about this still feels very off.
So I have the best possible update that could have come from this situation. Just wait. Guys, because of these videos, we were able to get in touch with this shop's owner, the actual owner. I've got the messages going behind me if you want to read them. She reached out and was saying that she lost access to the account for that shop. And I said, okay, a little bit skeptical of whether or not it actually was the owner. She said she was going to reach out to TikTok and find out if she can get access back. And she actually did. She let me know that she was able to change the prices, showing that she was actually the owner of the account and had gotten access back to her account, which is amazing. This is just a reminder to all shop owners, if you start an account with a business, whether that's TikTok shop, Instagram, start your own website, if you lose access to that site, you need to do everything that you can to get access back, because you don't know who's taking over your stuff. And she's right, her name was attached to this. Her family members were pictured in the photos. You guys have a internet footprint that you leave behind, and you need to make sure that you clean it up behind yourself. Just because you're not doing something nefarious with your shop, if you lose access, you don't know what that next person's going to do. Do what you can to get it back as quickly as you can. Keep people from slandering your name and using it for God knows what. I'm so glad that this video was able to make it to her. And as she said, if she hadn't seen the video, she wouldn't have ever known. I'm glad that this got to the right people. This is why I posted on TikTok, to try and get to the bottom of things, because TikTok is amazing at getting to the right people that it needs to get to. This is by far the best ending. This is exactly what I was hoping for, that there wasn't anything actually going on, and we found the shop owner and got to the bottom of it. Now, there's a bunch of other shops that I think we need to do the same for. So I have the best possible update that could have come from this situation. Just wait.
I don't know. Something about this is still very weird. I mean, the shop owner just realized she lost access to her store after she's put on the spot when it comes to these high prices. Nothing to see here. I'll just go ahead and adjust the prices back to normal. I mean, $80 for a shirt is pretty high, but I mean, I've seen higher, but still $7,000 per shirt. And then all of a sudden you realize you don't have access to your store. I don't know. I don't think I'm buying this, but
Coffee. Follow me.